The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin the King's Avatar Chapter 940 7 days of the Spring Festival passed by in a flash. It was as if every player in Happy was an employee. After 7 days, they returned to the internet cafe one after another. The two students, and Wenny and Luo Jai, rushed over simultaneously. As for how these two youths told their families where they were going, this type of gossip was of little concern to Yiziu. February 1st. On the 10th day of the lunar calendar, the first pro match after the Spring Festival would begin. This was the so-called New Year's new atmosphere. On this day, Glory players witnessed the birth of the first level 75 silver equipment. Silver equipment was a luxury that normal players could only dream of. However, it was also the one thing that they loved to hear about and keep their eyes on. Towards the various colors and types of silver equipment in the pro circle, many players knew about the various colors and types of silver equipment in the pro circle as if it was their own. The first piece of silver equipment upgraded to level 75 came from Team Samsara. Joe Zekai, Cloud Piercer, left-hand revolver, Shattered Frost. His reputation as the #1 player in Glory continued to be solidified through all sorts of means. Joe Zekai and Cloud Piercer had once again attracted lots of attention and zeal. This was probably the reward for having the first upgraded piece of silver equipment. Since the first piece of upgraded silver equipment had appeared, the others wouldn't be far behind. Moreover, they had been stuck at level 70 for so long. As for the next step in upgrading silver equipment, the big clubs must have already made sufficient preparations. As for whether Shattered Frost really was the first piece of silver equipment that got upgraded to level 75, it was uncertain. The silver equipment in the Alliance had a sudden breakthrough. As for Happy, their side had also finally made a slight breakthrough. With lots of information on hand, Luo Jai started researching how to upgrade the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Yiziu had lots of available information on the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. After handing it all over to Luo Jai, the research speed became quite satisfactory. Everything, except for one crucial component, was ready for the level 60 upgrade. Luo Jai solved the problem and decided which of the two materials should be used February 1st. The day the first level 75 silver equipment appeared in the pro circle, the Myriad Manifestation umbrella was also upgraded to level 60. As for the stats, additional stats and form transformations, everything was perfect. During the next few days, Wei Chen shamelessly fawned over Luo Jai, egging him to hurry and calculate how to upgrade his Death's Hand to level 75. This will probably be an absolute advantage when we face Excellent Era. Wei Chen's face was serious, pushing the importance of upgrading his Death's Hand to maximum priority. Of course, this wasn't completely without reason. From the looks of things, the progress of Excellent Era's silver weapon research was rather unsatisfactory. Yiziu and the rest knew this because they knew that Excellent Dynasty's level 75 wild boss hunting wasn't going well. Their poor harvests were also due to Happy. This was extracting firewood from under the cauldron, diminishing Excellent Era's opportunities to research the upgrades of their silver equipment. If not for the recent special events and activities, Yiziu and Co. would have confidently said that Excellent Era's chances of upgrading their silver equipment to level 75 was 0. Silver equipment that could be utilized in the Pro League required various materials from the heavenly domain. Materials from the normal server would be unusable. At most, they would be able to serve as substitute materials. Their regimen also included causing trouble for Excellent Dynasty, even if they couldn't steal the wild bosses for themselves. This was because they did not wish to see Excellent Era holding the equipment advantage when they faced off. As long as they could get rid of this advantage, it would already be a huge success. If the new update had not been released, they would undoubtedly not have had this kind of opportunity. This was the so-called uncontrollable opportunity. Happy had the experienced Yiziu and Wei Chen watching over the team. They would obviously have this kind of opportunist reasoning. Wei Chen had transformed from being passive to active, and had started to fantasize about excellent era not having a single piece of level 75 silver equipment, while he swaggered on stage with his own level 75 silver weapon. However, researching level 75 silver equipment was not that easy. Luo Jai's calculations were done through crunching numbers and could not be completed with the snap of a finger. Luo Jai was currently unable to do the calculations for level 75 equipment because they did not have the basic statistics for all of the level 75 materials. If not, the pro circle would have been flooded with level 75 silver equipment a long time ago. A talent like Luo Jai wasn't exclusive to Happy. The other big teams had these kinds of talents in their relevant departments too. Therefore, for upgrading equipment to level 75, the main people to rely on was Yiziu and Wei Chen, since they had the most experience. Although Wei Chen asked Luo Jai daily to do some calculations, he himself had also been working hard. He scrolled through the guild storage and looked at the acquired level 75 materials daily, determining which materials could be used to upgrade his death's hand. As of now, he had some ideas, but he dared not try them out. Although Happy had some materials accumulated, Wei Chen could not find the courage to be brave enough to try out these materials. In the end, Wei Chen chose to play it safe and waited for Luo Jai's calculations. Luo Jai was unable to figure out how to upgrade Death Hands, but he displayed his flair for the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. The plan for the level 65 upgrade for the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was confirmed within a week after coordinating with Yiziu. This made Yiziu emotional. If not for Luo Jai, there would be a total of 5 materials and 2 parts that would have been incorrect in this upgrading phase. This was more complex compared to the 2 specific materials during the level 60 upgrade, February 8th. The second pro match after the Spring Festival. In this round, the number of level 75 equipment finally increased. Each big team obviously wanted to upgrade their team's ace character. As for the equipment on the character, the weapon would always be the top priority. On February 8th, 4 god-level accounts completed their weapon upgrades. Samsara's Cloud Piercer's right-hand revolver, Wildfire Tiny Herbs Vacaria's Stardust Extermination Blue Rains Troubling Rains Ice Rain Tyranny's Desert Dust's Flame Fist. As for Lord Grimm's Myriad Manifestation Umbrella, it was upgraded to level 65 on the same day. At the same time, Happy's development for other silver equipment became shelved. Yiziu had intended to streamline the preparations and start making some equipment that he had knowledge of in order to begin equipping everyone. But now, level 75 orange equipment seemed to have fulfilled this purpose well enough. Although a self-made level 70 silver equipment was usually better than a level 75 orange one, making one required a lot of effort and materials. At the moment there was a temporary substitute, so there was no need to rush. The offline portion of the Challengers League that put one in a life-and-death situation was still 2 months away. It neither near nor far. When Happy finally met their opponents, it wouldn't be just a player team that they could easily trash. Everyone needed to prepare in advance, so other matters that required their focus and energy would be set aside. Time passed day by day. Starting from February 8th, upgraded silver equipment within the pro circle started appearing. After the 4 god-level accounts, the weapons of famed characters completed their upgrades one after another. Windy Rain's Magic Staff, Ravaging Wind, Crying Devil's Takai, Ghost Killer Seal, Swixar's Scepter, Curse of Destruction, Three Hits Claw, Blood Vanishing Soul, Peaceful Hermit's Scythe, Death Savvy, Dazzling 100 Blossoms, Automatic Pistol, Hunting Seeker, Angelica's Plate Shield, Wall of Sighs. The names of these famous characters' equipment, especially the weapons in their hands, rang a bell for many fans. At this moment there was a list of completed upgrades. The fans only saw the list of names, yet they felt enjoyment. Most fans that took note of character equipment did not forget about the relegated Excellent Era and their three famous characters. One Autumn Leaf's Evil Annihilation, Life Extinguisher's Flashing Shadow, Dancing Rain's Devouring Sun. Had these renowned weapons completed their upgrades yet? The relegated Excellent Era was far from the pro circle. Recently, they did not have any Challenger League matches. Fans had no way of confirming the upgrades themselves, so they could only make wild guesses. In this wave of equipment replacement, there were a few non-eye-catching teams that suddenly attracted a lot of attention: Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant. These three brother squads were currently placed 13th to 15th, unmoved from their current position. From the looks of it, they were safer than the teams that were drifting in the relegation zone, but there was nothing more to it. They were the most boring among all the teams. For those with higher rankings, a suspense of whether or not they would be able to make it to the playoffs was added. For those with lower rankings, a suspense of whether they would be relegated was added. According to official statistics, these three teams' competitions received the least amount of views online. The number of tickets they sold for their home games were also not booming. As for these three boring teams, they actually made a small mark in the equipment competition this time around. The pace of their equipment development did not seem any weaker than the Power Horse teams. One look and one could tell they had a pretty good material stock. Players saw the bustling and astoundment, but for the club guild players, seeing that these three teams finally showed their face, they clenched their teeth and coincidentally shifted their hatred towards Lord Grimm. If this guy had not appeared and formed such a mysterious alliance, these three guilds would have been picking up lost goods. As a result of forming an alliance with Lord Grimm and becoming the most competitive group in the game, at their peak, they set a record and claimed half of the wild bosses across the heavenly domain. With this kind of harvest, their equipment started to become increasingly powerful. This resulted in teams that were stronger than them to burn through their stockpile, which led to the team's harvest being inconsistent. For example, Wind Howl and Misty Rain had good results this season, but they were losing in the contest for wild bosses in the online game. Misty Rain even had a record of 3 consecutive weeks of no harvests. With no materials collected, how were they supposed to upgrade their equipment? Even with the huge number of wild bosses, the wild bosses refreshing weekly an accumulation of materials, these teams wouldn't be too wealthy material-wise either. It's all Lord Grimm's fault. All of the teams that were distressed over equipment upgrading agreed that Lord Grimm was the root of their problem. The King's Avatar Chapter 942. Not being able to get wild bosses was definitely no small matter for a pro team. A team's strength consisted of the players and characters. Where did a character's strength come from? Equipment. Where did equipment come from? Wild bosses. In particular, after the new update and equipment underwent changes, if this situation lasted, not only would it be impossible to upgrade a character's equipment, even God-level equipment might fall behind. If the strength of the characters were no good, the team's performance would be affected. This vicious cycle might lead to an entire team's downfall. No team would sit and watch while this happened. Unusual times required unusual methods. Pro players usually wouldn't split their attention for the game, but with the game affecting the life and death of a team, this type of principle could obviously be changed. As a result, during this particular period of time, Glory nostalgically returned to when the Glory Alliance was initially created. At that time, the beautiful scene described by the PR from the various teams was now being displayed. Playing with your idol, 2:16:3, 38 p.m. Level 70 World Tree. In the fight for Forest Guardian Vich, Guild Misty Castle ripped through the chaotic battle between three guilds under the splendid cover of an elementalist. Among Guild Misty Castle was a pair of sharpshooters who left a deep impression on everyone. After this battle, the players participating in this battle would remember that the elementalist should have been Team Misty Rain's god, Chu Yunxiu, and that sharpshooter pair must have been Team Misty Rain's newly signed beautiful sisters. 2:16:6:17, Sighing Ravine. In the fight for Sword Master Ku, a brawler from Guild Howling Heights charged into battle. He was unstoppable. No one could get near him. His support allowed Guild Howling Heights to take down the boss. This invincible brawler must be the current #1 brawler in Glory, Team Wind Howl's new core and god, Tang Hao. However, those with sharper eyes would have noticed that when Tang Hao's brawler charged into battle, an elementalist stood by his side, providing cover for him. After a brief analysis, this elementalist should be last season's best rookie, Zhao Yuge. 2:16 was already a Sunday. There were many wild bosses remaining on the final day of the week. Everyone just had fun enjoying the performance from these pro players. But on 2:17, the new week began. It could also be said that whenever a boss spawned every day, there would always be unstoppable characters scattered across the battlefield, deciding the outcome of the battle. From the classes of the characters and the guild, it wasn't hard to guess who each character was. In the Glory forums, someone even began keeping track of which pro players came with each new boss spawn. In that list, players found almost 80% of the players in the pro scene. It was only until Friday and Saturday did the number of pro players in the game start to dwindle. Everyone clearly still had to focus their attention on preparing for their matches on Saturday night. There were a few who did the opposite, though. During these 2 days, when the vast majority of teams wouldn't distract themselves from the upcoming match, they ran to the game to fight for wild bosses. These types of teams were those who were not strong enough to reach the top, but not weak enough to fall below. They generally did not have too high of a goal for this season already. Team Royal Styles Tiansen was particularly hard-working during these 2 days. Team Royal Style was currently 12th place. Reaching playoffs at this point would require a miracle. Because of Team Royal Style's current rankings, many had forgotten that they had once been a glorious powerhouse. During the early days in the Alliance, Tiansen's peaceful hermit had been as famous as the battle god and the king of fighting. At that time, the magician, the sword saint, the great gunner, and so on were still unknown cheerleaders. The champions of the Alliance's first season had been born out of the match between Excellent Era and Royal Style. From that day forth, Team Royal Style was a team that stood at the top of the Alliance. However, after that, they trudged along a downwards path from the peak. From being a contestant for the championship title in the finals, to being a team that always reached the finals, to a team that would need a miracle to reach the finals, times really had changed for Team Royal Style. There were many reasons for this, but for people nowadays, regretting these mistakes wouldn't change anything. Through their hard work and efforts, allowing Team Royal Style to return to their former glory was what could be done today. Tiansen was the flag character for Team Royal Style's new generation. However, after this flag came out, the speed at which Team Royal Style declined actually increased. Team Royal Style had fallen to a cheerleader team with no competition above and below them. Tiansen's peaceful hermit was an all-star. That was their only honor. Yet even this honor was on the brink of death. In the new all-star rankings, Tian Sen and his peaceful hermit had been in 21st place. Behind him was Yang Kong and Zhao Ziyang, two typical grassroots players, as well as Zhu Yuan, who was ranked because of his special circumstances. Tian Sen could not accept this placing. He himself was one of the famous Golden Generation players. Peaceful Hermit had once been one of the three gods, alongside the Battle God and the King of Fighting. How could this combination end up in such a low position? It wasn't like Tian Sen wasn't trying hard. However, in Team Royal Style's current situation, weakness had permeated all levels of the team. The team wasn't performing well, and their guild was extremely weak. The update was said to be an opportunity for mid-tier and low-tier teams to make a comeback, but Team Royal Style could not grasp this opportunity. In the competition for wild bosses, Team Royal Style was even more of a cheerleader than they were in the Alliance. Through the rewards from the several holiday events, Peaceful Hermit was finally able to get his silver weapon upgraded to level 75. However, Tian Sen knew that the upgrading had stopped there. This weapon alone had emptied out Team Royal Style's stock of materials. In the following days, Team Royal Style was still just a cheerleader on the sidelines in the wild boss hunts. Tian Sen truly felt a deep fear in his heart. Even when he had failed to make it to the playoffs, he had never panicked like this before. If this continued, Peaceful Hermit would certainly leave the stage of gods. Tian Sen definitely wouldn't allow this to happen in his hands and in his generation. As a result, Tian Sen began actively fighting in the game, assisting Guild Royal Heritage in their hunt for bosses. Even on Friday and Saturday, when the match date was approaching and the other pro players were preparing for it, he actually took this opportunity to attack again and again. On Friday and Saturday, Guild Royal Heritage had a bountiful harvest. Tian Sen and Team Royal Style were in a slump in the pro scene, but in the game, they had complete control over the field. Don't forget that Tian Sen was still an all-star player. He was the genuine #1 exorcist of glory. The team could not stop Tian Sen's craze because they knew what Tian Sen wanted and what he was working hard towards. So when Tian Sen didn't participate in the final practice before the match, Team Royal Style did not say anything. The match was about to start. In the preparation room, there was still no sign of Tian Sen now. Everyone felt like he was getting a bit too crazy. Even if Team Royal Styles couldn't gain anything from this season, wasn't giving up on the match too unprofessional? The team members discussed this in the preparation room. From their understanding, Tian Sen shouldn't be like this. The expression on Team Royal Style's manager's face was ashen. He called again and again, but no one picked up. Helpless, he could only report it to his boss. "Have you called anyone to look for him in his room?" the boss asked. "I've already told someone to do that," the manager said. The match was taking place in Team Royal Style's home stadium. Normally, after the players finished their last bits of practice in the practice room, they would rush to the stadium. Tian Sen not showing up to their final practice session wasn't a big deal. They thought Tian Sen would hurry over to the stadium before the match started, but there was only half an hour before it began, and Tian Sen was still nowhere to be seen. By this point, the teams had already confirmed their team lineups. Even though a sudden accident would allow them change it, if they did, they could not change it again. The rules weren't set only for Team Royal Style. That was just the way things were. Tian Sen was Team Royal Style's ace player. Until the very last moment, Team Royal Style didn't wish to give him up. Whether that was for the match or for the fans, it couldn't be done. However, they couldn't get into contact with Tian Sen in the preparation room. A player suddenly thought of something. He pulled out the laptop that he carried with him, opened it up, connected to the Wi-Fi, opened the game, took out the glory card reader on him and swiped his account card. Tian Sen is still in the game. This player was called Chang Jianping. His relationship with Tian Sen was quite good. He finally found signs of Tian Sen still in the game. That guy, did he forget the time? Tell him to hurry over. The manager rushed over to Cao Jianping. He saw the screen and shouted. Chang Jianping had already clicked on Tian Sen's character and sent a message to him. No reply. What's going on? Did something happen to him? The manager suddenly had a bad premonition. Chang Jianping suddenly thought of something. He saw that Royal Heritage's guild leader was also online. Since Tian Sen wasn't replying, he messaged Royal Heritage's guild leader instead. If Tian Sen was doing something in the game, the guild leader would obviously support him with all he had. The two should be together. When Chang Jianping messaged the guild leader, he soon got a reply. In battle, the guild leader replied. What time is it? What battle? Tell him to hurry over. The manager saw the reply and started flipping out. In his outrage, he even failed to think of calling the guild team to ask about Tian Sen's whereabouts. Glory, heavenly domain, setting sun waterfall. The landscape was enchanting. It was a place where those in love like to swim around freely in. However, no matter beautiful the scenery was, once a wild boss spawned, a bloody storm would pass through. Under the setting sun waterfall, hidden warrior Alien was quickly approaching death. The battle for the boss reached a climax at this moment. A scarlet scythe whistled in the air, striking the fatal blow to Alien. At this instant, a spear stabbed forward, accurately blocking the scythe to the tank's side. It's already 7:42. Little Tian, you're still not going to head over. Don't you have a match to play soon? Yiziu, who was controlling Lord Grimm, asked concernedly to an Exorcist the King's Avatar chapter 943. I'm going to attend the match. I only need 14 minutes. Tian Sen clenched his teeth and replied. What if there's traffic? Yiziu said. It's at our home stadium, Tian Sen said. What if the elevator breaks down? From what I remember, isn't the royal-style building is pretty old? Do you guys frequently perform maintenance checks on the elevator? Tian Sen was speechless. It wasn't the time to chat about this, but the problem was that he couldn't help but think about the loud elevator at Royal Style that kept on making noises whenever it went up or down. Just one more strike. Tian Sen gritted his teeth. However, this one attack had dragged on for 3 minutes already. Tian Sen hadn't forgotten about the match. He had calculated that there was more than enough time to kill this boss and hurry over to the match. How could he have known Lord Grimm's group would arrive midway, instantly complicating the match? Just one more strike and hidden warrior Alien would fall, but he was stuck on this one attack. Most players might not be able to imagine such a scene happening, but Tian Sen wasn't surprised one bit. Pro players had the ability to achieve that. The one in front of him wasn't currently registered by the Alliance, but no one would question his ability. The problem was that Tian Sen himself was being held back by him, which made him feel extremely unhappy. It was almost time for the match to begin, but he just wasn't able to make this one final strike. It was already 7:43. He started panicking even more when Yiziu told him the time. Rushing to the stadium would take him at least 14 minutes. For insurance, he had originally planned to leave at 7:40, but this Cheng Yaojin who charged in mid-battle ruined his plans. Tian Sen hadn't been too concerned about this bunch. He knew that their capabilities were impressive, but he had already established such an enormous lead. It wasn't possible for hidden warrior Alien's aggro to switch over to another target at this point, especially with an all-star like him watching over the battle. But he didn't think that. Not only would Lord Grimm's group not attack hidden warrior Alien and fight over the aggro, they even protected the boss and focused their attacks on him. Forcefully suppressing the opposing side from dealing damage was a rarely used strategy in boss battles, because any team that could successfully accomplish that was undoubtedly the most outstanding team on the battlefield. It also required that team to have numerous safeguards. How could it be so easily done? When Lord Grimm's group prepared to employ this strategy, Guild Royal Heritage even started laughing. They felt like Lord Grimm's group probably thought of themselves as invincible because they could go on a rampage in the game without any resistance. This time, they had bumped into Tian Sen. Attempting a blitzkrieg against him was too naive. No. Reality met their expectations. How could Tian Sen be so easily killed? With the support of Guild Royal Heritage's elite teams, he easily defended against the pressure. Afterwards, Lord Grimm's group acted shamelessly in the eyes of Royal Heritage. Since they couldn't get the boss for themselves, they want to inconvenience us. That's too unscrupulous. Look at the other guilds. After seeing how Tian Sen controlled the flow of battle and established a steady aggro advantage, they had already packed their bags and given up. Only Lord Grimm's group still wanted to cause trouble for them after knowing they couldn't get the boss. They were too unprincipled. Royal Heritage's players were furious, but with their strength, they didn't have the ability to challenge Lord Grimm's group. Let alone Wei Chen, Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, Kaio Yifen, Wu Chen. Even Luo Jai was no longer the same as before after undergoing such a long period of pro-level practice. The skill level and experience of a god like Yi Qiu and professional training methods weren't fake. If a random passerby was picked up off the streets, even if he could not be turned into a god or a pro player, training someone to become an expert better than normal players was absolutely not a problem. Luo Jai went through another period of bitter practice during the break. He could already be considered an expert. In the arena, he won more often than not. In any guild, he would be good enough to enter an elite group. In this PK, Yiziu wasn't going to put any restrictions on him to make it easier for Luo Jai to control his summons, because Luo Jai could already figure out how to best bring out his strength. As a result, even though Lord Grimm's group was fewer in number, Royal Style couldn't deal with them. Neither side was able to do anything to the other, so the situation went into a deadlock. However, with Lord Grimm's group causing trouble, killing the boss obviously wouldn't go peacefully, especially with Hidden Warrior Alien attacking at inopportune moments. If not, with Tian Sen personally watching over the fight, Royal Heritage could have brought this situation to a close with a sudden burst of attacks. Royal Heritage grit their teeth, but they couldn't do anything to the other side. From their view, as long as they could kill this boss, they would bring defeat to those guys. At 7:40, it was only when Yiziu asked Tian Sen if he wasn't going to the match did Tian Sen realize the despicableness of the other side's strategy. Lord Grimm's group wasn't just there to inconvenience Royal Heritage. Their eyes were still set on the boss. They saw a huge weakness in Royal Heritage. Today was match day. At 8:00 p.m. sharp, the match would begin. How could Tian Sen not go? As a result, they deliberately caused trouble, stopping Royal Heritage from killing the boss. Once the time came, even if Tian Sen's exorcist wasn't dead, he would still be forced to leave. 7:40 was when Tian Sen had planned on leaving, but he was unwilling to. Because Hidden Warrior Alien only need one more hit to fall. If their guild focused their attacks, that shouldn't be too hard to accomplish, right? But they couldn't do it. Tian Sen was the other side's main focus. Whatever methods the other players wanted to use were easily seen through by the other side. Hidden Warrior Alien stayed strong with only his final breath. He simply refused to die. His attacks in a red blood state killed many of their Royal Heritage players. What was even more infuriating was that the equipment dropped by these players were actually picked up by a ninja from the other side. That ninja was like the wind. He charged into Royal Heritage's troops to pick the equipment up, and no one could stop him. And just like this, in order to make that final strike, Tian Sen busied about for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, he was pretty much just fighting with Lord Grimm's group. Let alone striking the boss. If he wasn't careful, he might be the one to fall in the end. It's 7:44. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed. Yiziu reminded Tiansen again. The ability to report the time like a bird was the greatest blow to Tiansen. The more time that passed, the more panicked Tiansen became. 7:45, I'll have to go then. This is the final minute. Tiansen wanted to find an opening in this final minute, but Yiziu's group had lasted for 4 minutes already, so how could they easily expose an opening in this final minute? Of course not. This opening would have to be created by Tiansen. Tiansen no longer had a way out. He decided to put his all into this fight. If an opportunity appears, attack. These were his final words towards Guild Royal Heritage. He wasn't sure if he could make the final blow himself, but perhaps he could create enough of an opening to let the others in the guild complete it. If that happened, the boss would still be theirs in the end. Tiansen's exorcist suddenly leaped up. Before his scythe could start swinging, a bullet was fired. Lord Grimm's weapon would be a spear, then a sword, and then a gun. Tiansen wasn't sure what to do, but this time, Tiansen wasn't planning on running. The scythe in his hands made 3 scarlet slashes. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 anti-tank missiles fired by Lord Grimm were sliced apart. Tiansen's exorcist flew out of the smoke directly towards Lord Grimm. He wanted to use this type of method to forcefully create an opening in the protective circle around the boss. A cold light flashed. Soft Mist spear arrived with a circle swing. She wanted to throw Tiansen's exorcist down to the ground. Tiansen reacted quickly. His scythe swung again, knocking Soft Mist spear aside. At the same time, he didn't ignore what was ahead of him. After his scythe blocked Soft Mist spear, he swung it down, deflecting the circle swing from Lord Grimm as well. In that one leap, Tiansen was able to complete 5 attacks. Scythes had an attack speed advantage over spears. In his hands, the scythe danced without restraint. He broke through all of these obstacles and was just about to reach Lord Grimm. At this moment, Lord Grimm moved to the side, and Tiansen saw Hidden Warrior Alien punch. A Chi Master's sky-piercing strike blasted straight at him. Those guys had actually coordinated with the boss. This attack was a Chi attack and couldn't be blocked. He had already reached this step. He could only take the blow. His exorcist opened his hands and a talisman paper flew out. This was a special exorcist talisman. A talisman could immediately release a skill. This time, right when the talisman was thrown out, pa-pa-pa sounds repeatedly sounded. At Lord Grimm's side, Steamed Bun Invasion had used an inject poison. Before the talisman skill could be released, thousands of holes punctured through it, making it fail. This was the greatest weakness for exorcist talismans. When a talisman paper was thrown out, if it wasn't protected, the paper could be destroyed, which would be equivalent to interrupting the skill. And then. There was no and then. When Hidden Warrior Alien's sky-piercing strike hit, Tiansen's exorcist was blown away. Another part of the battle had passed. Who would have thought that, after Tiansen had dispersed the anti-tank missiles, he had thrown an exorcist talisman into the air. Brilliant light blossomed from it. Exorcist talisman, flying meteorite. Sparks filled the air. A meteor, dragging a tail behind it, descended. Tiansen let out a victorious smile, but soon afterwards he saw Lord Grimm suddenly lift his weapon. That umbrella opened up and Lord Grimm strolled over to the boss and protected him. The falling meteor crashed into the umbrella. The boss looked like he was completely unaffected. How treacherous, to think you hid an Exorist talisman. Lord Grimm lifted up his gaze, appreciating the beauty of the flying meteorite. 7:45. In the end, he still didn't forget to remind Tiansen about the time the King's Avatar chapter 940 for its 7:45. This sentence did more damage to Tiansen than any skill. No matter how much he wanted to continue, Tiansen had no choice but to log out of the game. After all, he was Team Royal Styles captain, Team Royal Styles ace, the one that carried his team on his shoulders. His sense of responsibility wouldn't allow him to miss Team Royal Styles official matches for any reason whatsoever. Tian's exorcist finally stopped moving. This was what would happen when you force logged off in combat. An online character that was under no one's control was bound to be trampled over by others. Right now, it was still the target of the boss, aggro. Hidden warrior Alien continued to charge at Tian's exorcist. This seemed to be exactly what Yiziu and Co. wanted. After Tian's exorcist was killed, the aggro would be washed from him. If the aggro was washed from an all-star level player like Tiansen, then washing it from the other members of Guild Royal Heritage would be a piece of cake. Hidden Warrior Alien was like the flash of a blade, appearing right next to Tian's exorcist. A fist swung out, and the claws on the back of that fist stabbed into the abdomen of Tian's exorcist. It was then that the members of Guild Royal Heritage suddenly moved into a fan-shaped attack formation, throwing out every possible skill they could and blasting it at Hidden Warrior Alien. Tiansen might, V had to go offline, but Tiansen's departure might give them some form of opportunity, so Tiansen had specially informed them of this before he logged out. In this moment, the admiration Royal Heritage's players had for their captain was endless. He was their god. An opportunity had appeared as expected. Ha 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 ha, you've miscalculated. Royal Heritage's players laughed wildly. It hadn't been easy holding it in, seeing the boss just moments away from being taken down. Ever since Lord Grimm had entered the competition for bosses, Royal Heritage went from being able to get a few scraps to becoming a bystander. Like any other guild, Royal Heritage loathed Lord Grimm, who never played by the standards and sent everything into chaos. Recently, God Tiansen had been coming to the guild to guide them, allowing them to gain some spoils in the competition for bosses. Though, as an upstanding employee of the club, the guild leader worried that their team's performance would be influenced by their god's participation in-game. He understood Tiansen's intentions upon seeing his strained smile when mentioning their team's current scores. Royal Heritage didn't have much of a chance to do anything of note in the current season anymore. The current retreat was to make way for a brighter future. Taking this update as a chance, Tiansen came online often to obtain some high-leveled materials, hopefully grabbing them a chance of striking back. For those teams without powerful foundations, they could only use this effort to slowly accumulate strength. The continuous battles were all for victory. It wasn't until this boss that they had met the characters from Happy. They had suddenly all appeared, causing a storm cloud to appear over the head of Royal Heritage's guild leader, even though there was a god among them, helping. As expected, Lord Grimm's shenanigans had suppressed even Tiansen, drawing things out until he absolutely had to leave. It was a good thing that with his departure, Tiansen had created a game point for them. He might have not been here personally, but the competition for this boss had still resulted in Royal Heritage's victory. Royal Heritage's players had been wildly laughing at Happy's untimely loss, but when they looked carefully, they found that Happy's characters had never moved from their original places, and they weren't even looking over here. Lord Grimm's back was even turned to them, and the others were all looking towards him, obviously listening to him speak. Some Royal Hershage players came over curiously. These people didn't stop them from listening into what Lord Grimm was saying. We were careless. Did anyone notice the flying meteorite exorcism talisman that Tiansen threw into the air? Yiziu was saying. Silence. If it was just one person who hadn't noticed it, that's excusable. However, we are a team. We should understand the situation on the field in its entirety without any blind spots, using the support we have from one another. On this point, we don't do well enough. Everyone needs to keep this awareness of supporting each other in mind. We need to keep an eye of our teammates' blind spots at any given moment and fill in these blanks for them, allowing us, as a whole, to achieve a state where we have no blind spots. None of Happy's members were newbies anymore. naturally understanding the meaning to Yi Ziu's words. They didn't need further explanation. They just had to make this a habit. Okay, Tiansen has logged off. Lord Grimm only turned his view upon saying this, casually taking a glance at the Royal Heritage players, still excited over their boss kill. Then he said, "No pro players would be on at this time, so let's end today's training here." Training? What did he mean? What was that? The Royal Heritage players who heard what Happy was saying were confused, but from Lord Grimm's tone, they had gleaned one scrap of information. Happy wasn't interested in anything the boss had to give. They seemed to be more interested in their exchange with Tiansen. Tiansen was deserving of his title of god. He had probably given these incomparably inexperienced newbies some good battle experience. The Royal Heritage players thought this to themselves with pride, but then froze. Battle experience. Training? No way. Watching the retreating figures of Happy, these players seemed to have realized something. Were these members of Happy here just to use the online pro players as practice? Was this their so-called training? To know the truth, this player ran over to catch up. However, because of his lack of efficiency in using stamina, he wasn't able to chase for too long. He did manage to hear some conversation, though. Actually, V still tried to take that boss just now. It would be pretty hard to continue in that sort of situation, so we could have seen it as practice. Someone said, "No need, that would waste quite some more time. We should focus our attention on more specialized training." That was Lord Grimm's voice. "Are we off to watch matches for theoretical learning again?" "Of course, these are all live teaching materials. We should use them to their fullest," Lord Grimm said with a hint of laughter. "Speaking of which, it's a match day today. How about we watch a live stream?" That's good too. If we watch a live match, we can use the chance to have everyone take part in a live analysis of the battle situation, Lord Grimm said. "No way," everyone else chorused. That was when the Royal Heritage player had used up his stamina and watched Happy's members leave and disappear into the distance. Team Happy was using the pro players who came in-game to help their guilds get materials as practice opponents. The Royal Heritage player felt like he had found out something big and hurriedly ran off to tell his guild leader. As expected, his guild leader was also shocked. However, after he recovered, what could he do about it? Get all the pro players to stop coming in-game for bosses to become Team Happy's practice targets? Yes. If it was the pros of other guilds, then sure. For our guild Royal Heritage, we hope that our god Tiansen will always be here. It was then that god Tiansen had finally arrived at the stadium. There was only a minute before the match was due to start. Try to be earlier in the future. Knowing where Tiansen had gone and seeing now that he hadn't been late, the manager had originally been fretting anxiously, but only said this sentence casually upon seeing him. Tiansen was moved. He knew that this showed an immense amount of trust for him. He nodded with some force and swept past to get on stage. "Did you get this, boss?" the manager asked as he passed by. "I don't know." Tiansen was disappointed that he was incapable of answering this question. After logging out, he had rushed over. The battle in-game had definitely ended in these 15 minutes, but he had no idea how it turned out. "Do your best." The manager realized that his question had made Tiansen, who was about to go up to play, a little absent-minded and immediately regretted it. In reality, he hadn't thought Tiansen would give him such an answer. Seeing this guy appearing only in the last minute, he had thought the other would give him a confident answer. Yet in the end, it was an uncertain one. Was it so hard even for Tiansen to snatch bosses in-game? The manager, who didn't need to play, was rather free and called the guild department. He was obviously pleased to hear that the guild had taken the boss, but then he heard of Team Happy's attitude in this battle. Using Tiansen as training, the manager was stunned. "I think that's exactly how it is," the guild leader said. What on earth is this about?" The manager was perplexed. Team Happy really was an anomaly. At exactly 8, the battle between the 20 teams in the 23rd round of the Glory Alliance's 10th season began. Yi Ziu was completely correct. In this moment, no pro players would appear in-game. Under such circumstances, Team Happy wouldn't be conducting any practice. However, not long after the match was over, Yi Ziu and co. gained intel from in-game that the pro players had appeared. After this period of organizing intel, the Smurfs that all the pros were using could be easily compiled by anyone who cared to take note. The names that had been reported had only just experienced losses or victories on the field. Now, they had come in-game with their different moods. This might be a new method of cathartic relief. Those who had won beautifully needed a place to relieve their excess energy, and those who had lost needed a place to release their frustration. The more active it was online, the better it was for Happy to train. Now many pros had come in-game to battle, but where was the battlegrounds? New intel soon arrived. Barrier Mountains, Shadow Tactician Shan had respawned. A big level 75 boss. It had currently not been figured out by the players yet. Just to deal with bosses, there would be many high-difficulty NPC deaths. And now, it was facing a difficult moment. It was about to face the true cream of the crop glory. Fortunately, this team wasn't in harmony at all. The King's Avatar Chapter 945. The guilds that had received Shadow Tactician Shan's announcement gathered there. No interactions were made among each other because everyone knew that the one in charge of the guild might not be the guild leader. All the players were wondering which characters that matched the team's classes were a pro player's side account. It was during this time when Shan swayed onto stage. Among all the NPCs in Barrier Mountain, this boss possessed a mysterious identity. His class belonged to the Night Walker category and was proficient in all 4 classes. He made full use of a boss's op spirit. Before pro players entered the battle with bosses, countless of players had fallen under Shan's dagger. There was no problem filling up a pile of A4 paper with the names of the fallen. Until now, not a single guild had a systematic way to defeat the boss. It was all completely done by pouring out blood and tears. During the week, Shan was the last to spawn on stage among the 8 level 75 bosses. As for the former 7, due to the addition of pro players, 6 of the fights situation turned out to be very different. Since pro players would be intervening this time, what sort of situation would unfold? As every guild silently closed in on Shan's spawning location, they all started to think about this matter. Barrier Mountain, Forest Peak. Shan spawned in the mountains and woods and had already been intercepted by 3 guilds. Blue Brook's Guild, Herb Garden, and Tyrannical Ambition. All 3 powerhouses had arrived. However, everyone knew that in today's fight for the boss, what determined their victory or loss was not the guild's strength, but the strength of the pro players who personally came to command. The forces of the 3 guilds formed a triangle, trapping Shan. Wait, end. Someone from Tyrannical Ambition had only just opened their mouth to speak. Attack! Players from Blue Brook Guild had already started to charge towards Shan. See. The guy from Tyrannical Ambition still managed to finish his sentence. However, the change came before his words, so he felt as if his face couldn't hold his embarrassment. Young people. Lin Jingyan couldn't help but sigh as he watched the Blade Master rushing out from Blue Brook's formation. Blue Brook's Blade Master went straight towards Shan to attack without the slightest sloppiness. Who else other than Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen had such energy and drive? However, before Lu Hanwen's sword struck, it was blocked by someone. A witch flew out from Tiny Herb's side on his broom. He jumped down midway and waved his broom to attack 5 times continuously. As a result, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master was forced to change his target and ward off the opponent. It really is a world for the young. Lin Jingyan sighed once again. In a blink of an eye, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master and the witch from Herb Garden had already fought numerous rounds. The witch from Tiny Herb that was able to be evenly matched with Lu Hanwen was undoubtedly the genius pro player Gao Yingji. Gao Yingji didn't have the kind of personality where one would be in a hurried state to rush forward. But in this season, as a young and emerging genius, Lu Hanwen's performance in the Rookie Challenge was spectacular. There were too many people who were comparing Lu Hanwen with Gao Yingji. Speaking of technique, Gao Yingji, who was older than Lu Hanwen by 3 years, was more mature. However, if one was speaking of personality, even Tiny Herb's team captain Wang Jixi sighed himself. If Gao Yingji had Lu Hanwen's spirit, then it would be great. Obviously, these words weren't spoken in front of Gao Yingji. Unfortunately, Gao Yingji still secretly heard it. In fact, Gao Yingji knew clearly what his flaw was. However, personality problems weren't easy to fix, even when he knew where the problem lay. However, Gao Yingji still wanted to try. He didn't want to let down the expectations of his seniors. As a result, Gao Yingji started to take note of Lu Hanwen, not to copy but to learn his energy and spirit. It wasn't Gao Yingji's style to rush forward and fight like what was done when competing for bosses. However, when he saw Lu Hanwen jumping out, he subconsciously felt the need to also have this kind of spirit. As a result, he also rushed out to attack. The two eye-catching youngsters from the league this season had already gotten into a brawl. Say, "Old Lin, we can't let those youngsters take all the spotlight for themselves. The one standing in the spotlight this season should be us." A Spitfire walked to the side of Lin Jingyan's brawler. He switched the magazine in his automatic pistol repeatedly, making continuous clicking sounds. Evidently, he was a guy who liked to fiddle with things when he had nothing to do. Being in the spotlight. "Isn't that your speciality?" Lin Jingyan said. "Haha, you shouldn't be too humble. Let's hurry up, we can't let those little demons be too full of themselves." Zhang Jiao grinned. The automatic pistol under his Spitfire suddenly let out bright and rhythmic sounds as the bullets entered the barrel of the gun. He followed up and started attacking. Pa 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 pa. The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly. The shots that were fired out were brilliant and varied, so there were all kinds of shots with special effects. At the same time, his left hand continued to throw out grenades into the air. In no time, flames covered a whole area. Even the silhouette of the Shan became fuzzy. When Zhang Jiao's 100-blossom fighting style was brought out, people felt that this guy's retirement from before must have been a big part of his master plan. Amidst the splendid flames of the explosion, Lin Jingyan's brawler had snuck in. The two veterans of the league unfolded their extravagant raid on the two rookies. However, before the two parties could collide, a blue sword light suddenly lit up among the myriad of lights flashing from the 100 Blossoms fighting style. Although it was only monotonous in color, it seemed like it could completely swallow the dazzling light effects. Streaks of brilliance followed one after another, and it split apart the formation of those two old guys. Soon after, everyone saw large amounts of speech bubbles popping up. "You two don't have any integrity. You're even willing to do this to the cute newbies. It seems like you only follow half of the virtue of respecting your elders and loving the young and tyranny, and it must be the former half because only that half would benefit you. DMN, compared to this giant speech bubble, the covering effect of your 100 Blossom style is so weak." Lin Jingyan sighed. "I have always suspected that the reason this guy never uses punctuation is because they leave too much of a gap, so the coverage wouldn't be able used to its fullest potential." Zhang Jiao said. "Look, there's punctuation," Lin Jingyan said. "The 6 exclamation marks have dropped to below his belt," Zhang Jiao said. The two veterans continued to ridicule while battling against the guy who had just joined in. That person's identity was easy to guess compared to everyone else. It seemed that such a big speech bubble already became the signature move of Team Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoshan. Can you two stop spouting rubbish? The reason I do this is because the online game has speech bubbles, but do they have it in matches? Do they? Huang Xiaoshan yelled. This guy is even telling someone else to stop spouting rubbish. I really want to die. Zhang Jiao said. Who wouldn't? Lin Jingyan spoke. They spoke to each other while their hands didn't stop moving. In an instant, the three characters had exchanged numerous skills. Zhang Jiao's Spitfire had already moved to the back to support, while Lin Jingyan's Brawler continued to fight with Huang Xiaoshan directly at the front. Although it was true that Huang Xiaoshan was a god at the peak of his career, he was still very cautious when he faced the two veterans teaming up. He didn't want to let the two open the formation of 2 versus 1 so smoothly, so under the excellent quality of his speech bubbles covers, he turned around with a triple slash. He weaved past Lin Jingyan's Brawler and wanted to fight straight on with Zhang Jiao's Spitfire. Their advance had only carried out halfway when a character flew out diagonally. Like Gao Yingji, he also came from Herb Garden's troops. He was a witch riding on a broomstick just like Gao Yingji, however. His flight was rather crafty. This was to the extent that when he reached Huang Xiaoshan's Blade Master, he connected his skills at a critical moment. As a result, it looked like someone jumped up and slammed Huang Xiaoshan's Blade Master into the ground with his broomstick. Then a swish came as the broom swept again. Dust flew everywhere, and it almost buried Huang Xiaoshan's Blade Master under a mound of soil. Shameless, 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 shameless. You're all targeting me at once. 3 of you fighting one of me. Don't take revenge in the public just because you lost the previous match. Since Huang Xiaoshan, who was swept down, didn't need to proceed with any mechanisms, he managed to patiently put on all the punctuations this time in his speech bubble. It's only because you're too noisy. The witch wasn't going easy on him at all. 2 magic potions were thrown out, and Huang Xiaoshan's Blade Master was immediately trapped between skies of ice and fire. Huang Xiao, let me save you. When Lu Hanwen noticed that Huang Xiaoshan's wasn't in a good situation, he knocked aside Gao Yingji's broom with his sword and rushed forward swiftly to help Huan Xiaoshan. This is so embarrassing. Huang Xiaoshan, you should just retire and give your position to little comrade Lu. That's the truth. Zhang Jiao and Lin Jingyan sighed one after another. It's hard to believe how well coordinated you two are after becoming teammates. You two echo each other. Huang Xiaoshan wasn't weak. Even if he was going up against 3 gods, he wasn't that easy to be killed. Under his controls, the Blade Master turned over with a waning wind fading grass. A ray of sword light was drawn in a circle around him, and helped him avoid the 2 characters beside him. A rising dragon slash and sky-plunging blade followed like a sword immortal. The surrounding players were all flabbergasted at this point. Lu Hanwen and Gao Yingji, Huang Xiaoshan and Wang Jixi and Zhang Jiao with Lin Jingyan. What sort of scene was this? This was just like the All-Stars weekend. Everyone forgot why they had come. They only wanted to be the audience and seriously watch the people before them perform. As a result, a small team of people was able to secretly close up to this area without anyone noticing. Wow! When Wei Chen saw the group of pro players before his eyes, he immediately exclaimed with surprise, "Won't the contents of this training be a bit brutal?" "It's a bit over the top, so don't feel like you're pressured and go up fearlessly," Yiziu said. "Nonsense! Since the contents are so brutal, shouldn't we change our equipment?" Wei Chen said. "If we lose the equipment that we're used to, our battle rhythm will change. I think it would be best if we didn't overlook these details," Yiziu said. "FCK, then why did you tell us to go in without pressure? If you have the guts, you can go up and let them make you drop your myriad manifestations umbrella," Wei Chen said. "Comrade Mo Fan." Yiziu turned his head around. It was the first time in his life he had proactively communicate with Mo Fan before a battle. "I have a serious task for you this time. If any of us happen to drop our equipment, You must snatch back our dropped equipment no matter what happens. The King's Avatar Chapter 946, whether it was inside or outside the game, Mo Fan never showed any response towards Yiziu's instructions. However, the discussion between Yiziu and Wei Chen had struck an alarm bell to everyone in Happy. Bullying normal players wasn't difficult for them, so they wouldn't usually consider any losses in battle. This time's training was different though. They were facing pro players. Running into one or two wasn't a big deal. After all, they were a team. They had the numbers advantage. But this time, the other side came out with 6 in one breath. These 6 were all all-stars this year. There was no need to question their strength. Moreover, while these 6 had come out, who knew if there was anyone else hiding within the guild? One dragon after the other had appeared just before. No. In the past, Yiziu would have certainly waited until enough had happened before calling everyone to move out, doing whatever was convenient for them. It was different this time. They weren't here to snatch the boss. They were here to use the boss as a business item and fight with these pro players, so they obviously couldn't wait until these guys weakened and then come out to directly attack the biggest problems. Everyone was spirited and full of energy. It would only be meaningful if this battle went back and forth 300 rounds. Wealth and glory goes to those who takes risks. Comrades, forward. Yiziu mobilized his troops. What type of stupid speech is that? Chen Guo complained. Why are you here? Yiziu questioned. Chen Guo gave Yiziu a death glare outside of the game. That guy always disregarded her. Her chasing haze was also a member of the team. Why couldn't she practice together with them? Go. Team Happy didn't lack a spirited person like Lu Hanwen. Tang Ru supported Yiziu's decision. Her soft mist was the first to charge forward. Kaio Yifan continued to mature during this period of time. His ability to grasp the overall situation and to coordinate with others had become more outstanding. His understanding towards a phantom demon had reached a pro level. When he saw Soft Mist move, he didn't dare dally and immediately followed after her, ready to cast a ghost formation at any moment. Let's go then. Seeing how 2 of his teammates had charged forward, Wei Chen didn't say anything more. Even though he really wanted to hide his death's hand first, his teammates had already rushed out. He couldn't just go back and make a trip to the city. Humph! Chen Guo's anger hadn't subsided yet. She glared fiercely at Yiziu and then controlled her chasing haze to move forward as well. She lifted the steel cannon in her hands and started taking aim at the alternate accounts of those gods. Not long afterwards, the summons from Concealed Light blocked her line of sight. Concealed Light, move your things aside. Chen Guo was furious. Luojai's skill level had risen. He could skillfully control several summons now, so when the battlefield became chaotic, he could increase that number a bit. Summoners weren't a welcome class in teams. It wasn't without reason. For example, long-ranged classes would feel annoyed if something like this happened to them. Lu Jai heard her boss shout at him. He felt embarrassed and immediately had his summons give way. At this moment, Yiziu mercilessly pointed out, "You moving away is much easier than him moving his summons away." "What?" Chen Guo flared up. Wu Chen's Dawn rifle strode over behind her and said kindly, "Follow me." Wu Chen didn't say anything more, but Chen Guo could feel that it was her chasing haze that had been positioned poorly. However, she had yelled at Concealed Light to move his summons away. It made it seem like she was doing things randomly. "It's all because of you." Chen Guo humphed at Yiziu. "That wasn't her playstyle." "Haha, I know you didn't do it on purpose," Yiziu said. Chen Guo hated how she couldn't bring out her steel cannon from the game. If she had that in her hands, she would have certainly blasted Yiziu into oblivion. Everyone in Team Happy came out one after the other. The players of the 3 guilds went into an uproar. If it could be said that watching all-stars fight was a joyous scene for everyone, then Happy was a plague to be avoided. "Lord Grimm is here." For a moment, howls echoed as if wolves had come. In the chats of the 3 guilds, people were constantly shouting and typing. It seems like the famous ones are here. The gods fighting each other also noticed them. When Lin Jingyan heard the cries from the players, he couldn't help but glance over and felt all sorts of emotions. How about we ally together to crush that guy first? Zhang Jiao suddenly came up with a grand proposal. Among everyone here, apart from those young rookies who didn't want to crush that guy rushing over, it was a good opportunity right now. I support this suggestion, ha 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 ha, Huang Xiaoshan shouted. Then let's go, Wang Jixi expressed his approval. Should we call over Old Hand too? Lin Jingyan wasn't satisfied with just this. Call him out in the chat group. Whoever wants to come can come, we'll go first. Zhang Jiao was clearly more ruthless. After saying these words, he stopped fighting and turned his gun around. His 100 Blossoms fighting style instantly provided cover for everyone. Wang Jixi didn't raise any objections. Just when he was about to jump on his broom and fly away, a sword pierced through his stomach. He had actually been struck from behind. Huang Xiaoshan. Wang Jixi's voice was filled with helplessness. Ha 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 ha, this is revenge for the previous 3v1. Huang Xiaoshan laughed wildly. How could Wang Jixi let him run rampant? His character turned around and flew down. Huang Xiaoshan's blade master lifted his sword into a defensive position. Zhang Jiao's Spitfire had already let loose a gorgeous display of explosions. Then he heard the sounds of fighting behind him. He turned around and almost died from anger. Can't you guys be a bit more serious? Zhang Jiao was furious. His 100 Blossoms style consumed lots of his skill cooldowns and mana. In particular, when facing a top-tier expert like EQ, throwing 2 or 3 bombs at him wouldn't be enough, so he needed to go all out. His hard work wasn't just to let loose some fireworks for those two to enjoy. Lin Jingyan actually went to the pro player chat group and typed out a message. When he went back to the game from QQ, he saw this scene. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Lu Hanwen and Gao Yingji were following their seniors blindly. Their seniors seemed to have stopped fighting, so they stopped too. Then they saw Huang Xiaoshan and Wang Jixi battling again. Without another word, the two did the same. During this short period of time, while the gods were in fighting, Happy approached. Artillery fire boomed. Summoned creatures charged forward chaotically. Happy had been formed for such a long time already. They practiced together every day. They were no longer three-legged cats when they went into battle, especially for this type of unmanned initiation, with the purpose of causing chaos for the opponents. Their fighting was sharp and professional. As a result, this wave of sharp coordination crashed against scattered sand. Even if each piece of sand was a god, they were instantly struck silly. Each character suffered different levels of damage. Zhang Jiao's Spitfire was thrown onto the ground by a circle swing from Tang Ru's soft mist. He even heard that sister mumble to herself in disappointment. God! A warrior can be killed but not disrespected, Zhang Jiao roared. He threw a grenade at Soft Mist's face. Tang Ru was experienced now. She was no stranger to any class. When she saw that it was just a normal grenade, she didn't take it too seriously. She swung her spear, striking the grenade and stabbing towards the Spitfire on the ground. But when her spear passed through the smoke and light from the grenade's explosion, it didn't hit anything. Then she heard a voice from behind her. "Girl, turn around and take a look at a god." Tang Ru was startled. Using a grenade's explosion to achieve the same effects as Ninja's smoke bomb was something that Tang Ru had never seen before by Spitfire. But no matter how great you were, it wouldn't scare Tang Ru. She didn't listen to his words and turn around. Instead, she directly sent her spear backwards. Wow, impressive. Zhang Jiao saw her directly attack behind her. It was quite a difficult move to execute. There were practically no normal players who could do it in a real battle. It was only a small praise, though. Normal players might not be able to do it, but in the pro scene, who couldn't perform such a basic move? Bang, 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 bang. Tang Ru's attack wasn't faster than Zhang Jiao's bomb. As soon as the first bomb exploded, Zhang Jiao started his combo show. 4 explosions in a row, all dealing additional back attack damage. Soft missed 4 explosions in a row. Tang Ru stared blankly. She couldn't do anything at all. Only then did she understand that getting an attack in on a god wasn't a reason to underestimate him. That could only happen if she attacked him until he died. After these 4 chain explosions, there was no more. It wasn't that Zhang Jiao wanted to stop his combo, but someone had disrupted him. It was a team fight. In these moments, everyone had to help each other. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun still lacked this awareness, but Kaio Yifan was quite accomplished in this area. His 1-inch ash used Ghost Slash, accurately creating a gap between Zhang Jiao's spurt fire and Tang Ru's soft mist. Yifan. Gao Yingji saw 1-inch ash appear and immediately called out. 1-inch ash was Kaio Yifan. That was no secret. Your friend. Lu Hanwen saw Gao Yingji's witch look over there and even give a shout, so he asked. Yeah, Gao Yingji replied. Is he strong? Lu Hanwen asked. Gao Yingji wasn't able to reply. He didn't want to look down on his good friend, but for a pro player, strong wasn't a good description for Kaio Yifan's class. I'll go see for myself. Lu Hanwen suddenly said, and then triple slashed towards Kaio Yifan's 1-inch ash. Gao Yingji was startled. After a bit, he woke up. For a moment, he had forgotten that Kaio Yifan was no longer part of Team Tiny Herb. They were no longer teammates. He instinctively rushed over to protect him. His witch immediately jumped onto his broom and flew over. Kaio Yifan had an outstanding grasp of the overall situation. He naturally noticed Lu Hanwen heading towards him. His 1-inch ash swung his sword and activated an ice boundary in front of him, creating a protective zone. Lu Hanwen saw it and could only go around. However, Gao Yingji's witch caught up and rushed down from above, sending Lu Hanwen's blade master into a stumble. 1-inch ash was in his own ice boundary. He obviously wouldn't be affected by it. He moved through the ice boundary and followed up Gao Yingji's attack. His sword let out a moonlight slash, full moon slash, and then a ghost slash to knock Lu Hanwen's blade master far, far away. To think we would fight side by side in this type of situation. Gao Yingji realized that the two were not teammates. He forced out a smile somewhat sadly. Before Kaio Yifan could say anything, Gao Yingji's character was lifted up from behind and then thrown. He was unable to quick recover. It was a grab. What side by side? You guys are enemies. Take this seriously. Yiziu's Lord Grim threw Gao Yingji's witch away. The King's Avatar Chapter 947. Kaio Yifan's manners were indeed proper, and Gao Yingji's witch had already been thrown far away, no longer able to continue fighting. Kaio Yifan continued to control 1-inch ash to clean up the scene. Nice phantom demon, a voice from above called out. Another witch flew by on a broom, but this time, it wasn't Gao Yingji. Coming face to face with his former captain, Kaio Yifan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. For a moment, he forgot how to respond. Seeing Steamed Bun Invasion's brawler quietly snuck up on Wang Jixi's witch with a brick, he actually subconsciously yelled out, "Watch out!" In reality, how could Wang Jixi fall for such an obvious sneak attack? He had even noticed Huang Xiaoshan's blade master attack from another side. How could Steamed Bun's far less clever attack ever hope to hit him? While dodging Huang Xiaoshan's blade, Wang Jixi simply maneuvered to avoid Steamed Bun's brick in passing. "Traitor!" Steamed Bun yelled out angrily, actually acting as if Kaio Yifan's warning was the sole reason his attack had failed. "What?" Kaio Yifan instantly reacted, feeling ashamed. He felt like he couldn't show his face in front of this entire room of people anymore. Regardless of whether or not his warning actually helped, at that moment, he had truly betrayed the team. Although he had only been in Tiny Herb for 1 year, his feelings towards the team were quite complicated. After avoiding 2 sneak attacks, Wang Jixi pushed his witch forward, like a race car drifting within a crowd. Huang Xiaoshan couldn't keep up with his rhythm for a moment. As his blade master raised his sword, he easily slashed towards Steamed Bun Invasion. "Ack!" Steamed Bun cried out in fear, controlling his character to jump away, but Huang Xiaoshan's unleashed sword skill had already arrived. Caio Yifan anxiously cleared his mind. 1-inch Ash moved like a berserker, bravely pouncing forward to protect Steamed Bun Invasion. Because of this, Concealed Light summoned Beast attacked one step ahead, joining Steamed Bun Invasion to surround and trap Huang Xiaoshan's Blade Master. "Wait, it's me. Don't make a mistake," Steamed Bun quickly shouted at Luo Jai. Luo Jai didn't know what to say. Did he really look foolish to the point where he couldn't distinguish friend from foe? Sword Light burst out, and Concealed Light's ring of summoned beasts were actually all scattered by Huang Xiaoshan. Luo Jai was dumbstruck. A god's strength indeed couldn't be estimated with normal reasoning. Even like this, they couldn't surround him. Suddenly, a warlock's hexagram prison emerged from the ground in a flash of light, trapping Huang Xiaoshan's Blade Master. A moment later, Huang Xiaoshan also felt deeply moved. He controlled his Blade Master to turn and look at the warlock who had just cast Death's Door. Wei Chen was bragging. "Thinking back to those days, my single hexagram prison was able to completely trap Huang Xiaoshan, the best boss hunter in the online game. A joke, as soon as he ran into me." While talking, he only saw one side of Huang Xiaoshan's Blade Master. In the split second before the hexagram prison was complete, Huang Xiaoshan dodged sideways into the gap between two beams of light, making his escape. "How did he run into you?" Steamed Bun asked, actually listening to Wei Chen's bragging. "Ah, times have really changed." Seeing that Huang Xiaoshan was able to escape even in this situation, Wei Chen felt wistful. Nowadays, Huang Xiaoshan was no longer that naive youth he could easily pin down. As a peak god in the Glory Alliance, him pinning down Wei Chen was much more likely. Indeed, after cutting through Concealed Light's summoned beasts and breaking out of the hexagram prison, Huang Xiaoshan completely ignored Steamed Bun Invasion, directly charging towards Wei Chen's windward formation to pin him down. "Damn, protect me." Wei Chen really didn't hold back. When meeting a strong opponent, he quickly turned and ran away, moving smoothly and confidently. "You have nowhere to run." Suddenly, in front of him, Lu Hanwen appeared, who had returned once again after Caio Yifan's 1-inch Ash had knocked him flying. He coordinated with Huang Xiaoshan's offensive, blocking Wei Chen's windward formation. This was the confrontation between Team Blue Rain's most senior retired player and its youngest new recruit. Team Happy's members couldn't hold back their emotions, all turning to watch. "Help! Help!" Except all they saw was Wei Chen simultaneously yelling and controlling windward formation to continue running away. Meeting Lu Hanwen, who wasn't even half his age, Wei Chen still had no reservations about fleeing. Support quickly arrived. Wu Chen's Dawn rifle aimed the muzzle of his cannon, coming over to provide cover fire for windward formation. Chen Gu's chasing haze copied him. However, Lu Hanwen's mechanics were good. His Blade Master stubbornly blew through two launchers' attacks. From this, it was easy to see the difference in the ability levels of the two launchers. Chasing Haze's attacks clearly landed a bit further away from Lu Hanwen. This wasn't because she wasn't coordinating with Wu Chen's launcher. Her aim was just much worse. Thus, even under the artillery fire, Lu Hanwen still put Wei Chen in a difficult situation, making him dart around wildly. Huang Xiaoshan was embarrassed to run over and 2v1. As a result, no one noticed that at this moment Happy's cleric and quietly started to chant. Lu Hanwen stepped forward, and Wenyi's little cold hands waved his cross. The flames of sacred fire spread almost instantly, engulfing Lu Hanwen's Blade Master entirely. He didn't have a chance to dodge. He didn't even see sacred fire's little flame. By the time he managed to react, he had already fallen into the trap and been silenced. Ha 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 ha. Wei Chen laughed, changing from fleeing wildly to suddenly striking back in high spirits, all in an instant. He transitioned back to being entirely at ease. Was this also a type of experience that could be gained? No one knew for sure. At this moment, all attacks were focused on Lu Hanwen's Blade Master. It appeared as if the little Blade Master only had to suffer through 3 seconds of being silenced, still able to move normally. However, every expert knew that only relying on forward, backward, and sideway movements in battle was not enough to deal with complicated situations. Sometimes skills could be used during battle to increase mobility in specific ways. A character's movement would also appear faster. Now, Lu Hanwen was completely unable to use these skills for 3 seconds. If his opponents were all at Chen Guo's level, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. However, there was Wu Chen and the even more ruthless Wei Chen. By the time the 3-second silence ended, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master was trapped by Windward Formation's binding curse for another 5 seconds. This time, using skills wasn't a problem. The problem was that his character couldn't even move. Facing long-range classes, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master immediately became a sandbag to soak damage. Even chasing Hayes' satellite beam hit its mark, engulfing him from head to toe. Little Lu. How could Huang Xiaoshan just sit by and watch? He had come over to save Lu Hanwen long ago, yet before he could even move half a step, he was blocked by another sword light. Lord Grimm's figure appeared, his sword returning to its sheath in the myriad manifestations umbrella. You, perfect timing. Let me teach you a lesson. Huang Xiaoshan concentrated, drawing his sword, before he was immediately surrounded by summoned beasts. One by one they crowded around him as if waiting for him to give out free candy. Bastard, fight me 1v1, Huang Xiaoshan fumed. Lunatic. Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella spit out a tongue of flames, and 3 anti-tank missiles shot out, coordinating with the summoned beasts, directly exploding on Huang Xiaoshan and sending him flying. From his spinning camera, he examined the situation. Lin Jingyan steamed bun. The 2 brawlers attacked at the same time, fighting hand-to-hand. Your skill isn't bad, Steamed Bun was amazed. How is it compared to the #1 brawler? This one sentence stabbed Lin Jingyan's sore spot. What was this natural talent in trash talking? Saying that I'm the #1 brawler with a straight face. Lin Jingyan wasn't Wei Chen. He knew very well that his current skill level was below Tang Hao. Even at his peak, if he were pitted against the current Tang Hao, he might still lose more matches than he would win. Yet even if it was like this, Lin Jingyan didn't have time to give Steamed Bun an analysis of how he was inferior to Tang Hao, right? Becoming the #1 brawler, is that your goal? Lin Jingyan could only steer the conversation in a different direction. Nope, my goal is to defeat you, Steamed Bun replied. Oh, Lin Jingyan was surprised. So he was Steamed Bun Invasion's goal. This also counted as a type of fan enthusiasm, right? Just as he was preparing to act like a senior, opening his mouth to give a word of encouragement, he heard Steamed Bun continue, "Come, tell me your name." Lin Jingyan's heart broke. So you don't even know who I am. After thinking about it once again, he really was too pompous. Just hearing something along the lines of "your skill isn't bad" should have told him that his opponent didn't know who he was. Except in these present circumstances, he was still wearing Tyrannical Ambition's guild tag and playing a brawler. Was it really that hard to tell who he was? Furthermore, without knowing who he was, this guy actually made him his goal. Was this not an overly ambitious claim, but instead a temporary target? Lin Jingyan was at a bit of a loss. Hey, I was asking for your name. In reality, the other side was still unforgiving. You guess. Lin Jingyan really couldn't tell whether or not this guy was doing this on purpose. Damn, so boring, childish, child, Steamed Bun said. Lin Jingyan really wished this guy would go and challenge Tang Hao. This was a battle scene, leaving the spectating players completely speechless. They all knew that the players from the present guilds were all stars. Except, right now they were fighting with Team Happy, and they didn't appear dominant at all. The most tragic case was Blue Rain. Lu Hanwen chased too fiercely and was now captured. It looked like he would die at any moment. Blue Brook Guild therefore also became the first guild to react, the guild leader changing Spring stomping with anger. Why are you all standing around and watching? Charge! To kill the boss, or? Someone asked. Everyone once again became distracted, turning around to look. The Barrier Mountain's wild boss shadow tactician Shan was very lonely at this moment, silently wandering to one side. He had been surrounded by so many players, yet no one moved forward to fight him. They were all ignoring him. This kind of treatment he's probably never experienced before, right? Changing Spring thought for a moment, before immediately deciding that looking for a PvP confrontation was probably not a good idea. As a proper guild, they should have a proper attitude. Going to the boss was the right course of action. Except if they turned to make a move on the boss, what about the others? Changing Spring turned to look at the other two guilds. Oh, it wasn't just two. Changing Spring immediately discovered the guilds present weren't just those three great guilds anymore. Happy, Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant, this five-guild alliance had finally arrived. From the east came another group, Blossom Valley's players. From the west came Misty Castle, from the south Samsara, from the north. Oh, it was the long-absent excellent dynasty. So lively. Changing Spring thought. Except as a guild leader, he'd experienced even more spectacular and chaotic battles. Yet, now that he paid attention, how many pro players were hidden among all the guild troops present. The King's Avatar Chapter 948. Let's save little Lu first. Changing Spring calmed down quickly after taking in the current situation. It was urgent to save Lu Hanwen first. No one was touching the boss for now, so they didn't have to rush on that front. Hearing Changing Spring's order, Blue Brook's players immediately swarmed over. Yiziu's group saw this. This was exactly what they hated. Why was it so hard for them to fight pro players in peace? However, they weren't alone anymore. Happy, Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiance Guild Alliance had arrived. Seeing Team Happy's members, they came over to help. Seeing Blue Brook Guild charging forth, they didn't hesitate to clash with them. It was soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. The operation to save Lu Hanwen was unable to be carried out by the guild for now. Hold on, little Lu. Blue Brook's Blue River yelled out in desperation. Lu Hanwen had spent the summer playing with these guild members. Though he was an official member of Team Blue Rain now, and even an all-star despite being a rookie, he was still like a younger brother that followed them around all summer long. This younger brother was much more courageous than them, always at the front lines of the battlefield. Because of this, Blue River and the others were used to having to rescue him. It felt just like having to clean up after a troublemaker of a younger brother. Yet this time, it seemed that Lu Hanwen had gotten into something that he couldn't handle. It was that guy. Blue River subconsciously sought out one of the figures. From the new server until now, Lord Grimm. His equipment was still as mismatched and eye-catching as ever. His opponents were no longer the experts of the guilds like them, but Huang Xiaoshan, Wang Jixi, and others who stood at the top of glory. Fuck, that's how it should be. Why do you always have to bully us? Blue River was a little irritated upon thinking of this. However, when he looked closely, Huang Xiaoshan, Wang Jixi didn't seem to be having much of a good time against him either. Little Lu, where was little Lu? Blue River returned to the present and looked over only to find, fuck, Lu Hanwen's blade master had disappeared. The group that had been beating him down had already dispersed. Then why the hell are we still clashing with Happy, Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, and the other guilds? The strangeness of the situation continued, and the two guild powers had already fought to the point of no return. Meanwhile, the boss was still strolling around over there. No one was really clear on why they had come anymore. "Have you gone to the group chat to call for more people?" Zhang Jiao could deal with Tang Ru easily enough, but the overall situation was different. Team Happy was very coordinated and exhibited great teamwork, and as for their side, they had started with Huang Xiaoshan stabbing Wang Jixi in the back. There was no need to describe how coordinated and cooperative their makeshift alliance was. Seeing how Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen had been dealt with so resolutely and that their opponents were beginning to close in on him, Zhang Jiao was beginning to lose his cool. He quickly moved, crossing paths with Lin Jingyan's brawler, taking the chance to ask this hurriedly. "I haven't," Lin Jingyan said. "What?" "It's because I suddenly realized we're here to steal the boss. If we find a boss, we should kill it quickly without being found out." "Why on earth would we go to the chat and inform everyone to get them all to come?" Lin Jingyan said. Zhang Jiao paused for a moment. Lin Jingyan's logic was flawless. They were stealing a boss, why would they go and tell others? That was just looking for trouble. The boss. Yet for Zhang Jiao, Lin Jingyan's words had reminded him of what they were here for. Then when he turned to look, Shan wasn't lonely anymore. "As expected, this guy isn't anything good," Zhang Jiao yelled. The one who had first attacked Shan was Wang Jixi's witch. It was clear that when they started to lose their cool, having met Yiziu's Lord Grim, Wang Jixi had never forgotten their initial goal. While they were over here having fun, he had casually rode his broom in a circle and attacked Shan, who had, till then, been ignored. As for Herb Garden, they had naturally received their orders already. With Wang Jixi's attack, they immediately charged out to help. Gao Yingji's witch didn't bother to continue getting into their mess either, having long since gone to support the guild in killing the boss. Zhang Jiao and the others seethed, but were helpless to do anything. They had to find a way to throw Happy off first. With Lu Hanwen down and Wang Jixi and Gao Yingji having jumped ship, their situation had suddenly become extremely dangerous. Hey, the boss is going to be taken, calm down." Seeing how Happy seemed to be dead set on fighting them, Zhang Jiao felt like he had to warn them about this. "Yeah," Tang Ru, who had been wildly pursuing Zhang Jiao, gave him a response in acknowledgement. Her head didn't even turn, and Soft Mist continued to swing her spear viciously at the Spitfire. "Holy FCK, this woman's gone crazy. Old Yi, hurry up and drag her away," Zhang Jiao yelled. It was then that another character appeared in his periphery, charging over at them. Zhang Jiao reacted quickly. 4 successive jumps backwards allowed him to disengage with the help of an opening, and his counterattack launched in the meantime. 4 backwards jumps, along with 4 grenades, flew out towards the approaching character. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive explosions, flashing with colorful lights. Spitfire grenades had different effects, so when they exploded, the explosions would all look different. Having thrown 4 in rapid succession, Zhang Jiao obviously couldn't have used the same skill 4 times in a row. Yet these 4 successive grenades hadn't done anything to this attacker. They were obviously an expert. The expert struck and dodged, dealing with all 4 of Zhang Jiao's grenades. He was ignored by the newcomer, who darted straight at Soft Mist. Zhang Jiao took a closer look. The newcomer was also a battle mage in the guild Excellent Dynasty. He realized who this was immediately. Was this cooperation or coming to cause trouble? Zhang Jiao took a moment to consider before decisively deciding to play the bystander. He watched for a moment before leaving. Boss Shan. Zhang Jiao had put his focus back on their original goal. He escaped from the chaos, avoiding engagement with Happy, and darted straight for Tiny Herb to get the boss back. With a streak of blinding explosions, Zhang Jiao's Spurfire pressed through. Normal players didn't have any way to defend against his 100 Blossom style. They hadn't even had the time to orient themselves before Zhang Jiao easily blasted through them. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jiao's Spitfire had broken through Herb Garden's ranks and arrived at Boss Shan. Fierce, tyrannical ambitions members watched this, bursting with joy, charging forwards to help their god. As for the players of Blossom Valley, they saw this scene as well, but their emotions were tumultuous. Dazzling spring. In the summer, this Spitfire had gone out of his way to fight by their side. Back then, everyone had figured out that this must be their captain. Their captain had returned. Who would have thought that when the summer was over, their captain did return, but was no longer their captain? Never mind going over to a rival team, he even took dazzling 100 Blossoms with him. The Team 100 Blossom fans felt as if they had been toyed with. Their hatred for Zhang Jiao had reached peak point. Now Zhang Jiao was right there in front of them, still using that Spitfire from the summer dazzling spring. However, the guild name above his head was no longer Blossom Valley, but Tyrannical Ambition. What an eyesore! Who knew how many of those standing in 100 Blossoms formation had such thoughts? This was an emotional sickness, a scar that wouldn't fade. Did it hurt or itch? They couldn't tell. All they knew was that watching Zhang Jiao fighting with the cheers of Tyrannical Ambition made them feel absolutely terrible. Someone needed to step forwards on Blossom Valley's side, too. Yu Feng, who had come with them, obviously understood this. His berserker stepped out resolutely, charging into Tiny Herb's ranks. His days of being the core player of Team 100 Blossoms weren't as blissful as he had expected them to be. When he was in Team Blue Rain, it didn't matter how good he was, because he would always be in the shadows of two others, always the third member of Team Blue Rain. Now, he was in 100 Blossoms and he was, in title, the core player of their team, the definitive main character. Yet after Zhang Jiao returned, he found himself stuck under yet another shadow. To be honest, with the rumors of Zhang Jiao's return, Yu Feng had been anxious. This was because he was very clear on the fact that, if Zhang Jiao returned, he would become the leader of Team 100 Blossoms, and he would be in second place once more. Compared to being third, it was a small improvement, but it wasn't something that Yu Feng would be happy about. He only wanted to be the star of the show. It was good that, while Zhang Jiao did return, he didn't go back to Team 100 Blossoms but to Team Tyranny instead. Yu Feng had thought he could finally have the limelight to himself, but he realized that he couldn't. For each Team 100 Blossoms fan that yelled, "Support Yu Feng," there were 100, 1,000 yelling, "Hate Zhang Jiao." The deeper you loved, the deeper your hatred. It could be seen from how deeply the Team 100 Blossom fans loathed Zhang Jiao, how much they had once loved their former captain. This sort of love was what Yu Feng wanted, yet he found out that to become the target of such admiration wasn't as easy as transferring teams. The Team 100 Blossom fans would rather go and rave at Zhang Jiao than give him even a single word of support. Yu Feng's spirit plummeted. Team 100 Blossom's opening matches had been terrible. This wasn't unrelated to Yu Feng's stricken mood. It was a good thing that he recovered soon enough. As an all-star level player, he didn't only know how to wait for pennies from heaven. He had the willpower to fight. He wanted to use his own efforts to change the attitude of Team 100 Blossom's fans. Yu Feng's performance improved by the day, and so did his team's teamwork. The battle records of Team 100 Blossoms had finally been pulled back up, but the shadow within the hearts of their fans, the unforgettable silhouette of that Spitfire, still existed. It was because of this attitude that Zhu Yuan and his new Spitfire could still be pushed into the all-star roster by Team 100 Blossom fans, despite their strength not having reached the peak. Yu Feng was still troubled because he had realized that if, someday, Zhu Yuan's strength really reached the peak, then Yu Feng and his berserker would fall to second place. Yu Feng didn't want to be second. He wanted to use his berserker to defend everything he wished to achieve. The King's Avatar Chapter 949 Crimson Storm. After Yu Feng's berserker charged in, he immediately activated a powerful skill. A bloody aura rose, like a raging river, immediately knocking aside the tyrannical ambition players that were preparing to support Zhang Jiao. After that, he ignored them, raising his sword and charging at Tiny Herb. Yu Feng's playstyle wasn't as elegant as Zhang Jiao, but the power of a god wasn't something that normal players could counter easily. Herb Garden had just been thrown into chaos by Zhang Jiao, and now they saw another heading towards them fiercely. Though it was a Smurf account, the account was from 100 Blossoms, and it wasn't hard to guess who would jump out at a time like this. Scatter, scatter. Herb Garden's guild leader, Arasima, was quite the player. He knew that having people crowd together to form a wall would only increase the effectiveness of the opponent's attack. Instead, having everyone scatter and attack from all sides, using numbers to chip away at their opponent's health, was a better strategy. Who would have thought that before Herb Garden had the chance to take on another god that someone had already charged out and engaged Yu Feng's berserker? Lord Grimm. This was a strange opponent to appear for Yu Feng. The boss was being stolen by Herb Garden, so everyone should be charging at them to take the boss back. Why was this guy suddenly popping up to stop him? Turning around to have a look, he found that all of Team Happy was like that. They didn't seem to care that the boss was getting stolen, just grabbing random opponents and fighting them. What on earth was this about? How would Yu Feng know that Happy was here to kill bosses, but Shan wasn't the boss they had set their sights on? Instead, it was them pro players. If one came, they'd fight one. If two came, they'd fight them both. Yiziu's Lord Grimm came to engage him and prepared to attack without hesitation, when suddenly a voice rung out from behind. "Hey, this won't do. How come I have no support?" Then they saw the glorious explosions that signaled the arrival of Zhang Jiao's dazzling spring, who had charged in and then charged right back out again. Where the boss was being killed in Herb Garden's formation had Wang Jixi there, overseeing things, and beside him was Gao Yingji and a bunch of Herb Garden players. Zhang Jiao wouldn't be able to do much charging in there on his own. He had originally hoped that the players in Tyrannical Ambition would be able to charge in with him. He had never expected that strike from Yu Feng, which had prevented Tyrannical Ambition's advance for a moment. In just this small period of time, Zhang Jiao felt threatened and quickly disengaged from the mob. To him, normal players were nothing. If it weren't for Wang Jixi, he would probably have little trouble dealing with all of them alone. The Herb Garden players were all on the verge of crying. Amongst the flashing lights, they could only vaguely tell that dazzling springs had flown by. Those a little closer might even get a bullet or grenade as a souvenir. Zhang Jiao's retreat sent Lord Grimm into his line of sight, and hurriedly called for Yiziu to support him. "Hurry, Wang Jixi's almost done with the boss. Quick!" Lord Grimm responded by flicking his spear at him. Zhang Jiao made a sound of surprise, forcing Dazzling Spring to jump to the side in a dodge and fell into a confused state similar to Yu Feng. Soon he had come to a conclusion. "You've gone crazy. Wake up." Yiziu not only didn't wake up, but taunted both Zhang Jiao and Yu Feng. Zhang Jiao and Yu Feng's characters exchanged a glance, feeling rather awkward. Yu Feng had stepped out to prove himself to the 100 Blossom fans, but now it seemed like the situation required him to team up with the most hated traitor of Team 100 Blossoms, Zhang Jiao. How could he accept this? As for Zhang Jiao, just seeing the two words Blossom Valley on top of another's head would cause his emotions to swirl with chaos. One day he had gone to the shop with Lin Jingyan, and he had ended up sighing at a stock of Team 100 Blossoms branded Royal Jelly for 5 minutes straight. These two players both hesitated, giving Happy a chance. Concealed light summons swarmed them. Windward formation had hid who knows where and directly activated a death's door. Dawn Rifle and Chasing Haze also opened fire with powerful skills. Satellite beams descended from the sky, one each, making sure they wouldn't get off easily. Zhang Jiao and Yu Feng both felt very awkward about teaming up, but the situation was forcing their hand. There was no chance of cooperating with Happy even if they wanted to anymore. Their goal of coming here in the first place was to fight pro players for experience. Victory wasn't a goal, so they didn't need to plan. They didn't need any convoluted methods. All they had to do was simple: find an opponent and fight. Steamed Bun Invasion was still fighting Lin Jingyan's brawler. Soft Mist's battle with Sun Xiang's battle mage was still raging on as well. Steamed Bun's fighting was natural to the point where a veteran like Lin Jingyan couldn't even figure it out. He was on the verge of wondering where all his years of experience as fighting as a brawler had gone. Tang Ru's fighting was fierce, especially since she knew that the person she was up against was the current #1 battle mage, one Autumn Leaf's player, a guy who was arrogant to the point of immaturity. Therefore, she was at the peak of her ability, and her performance was far better than usual when she was dungeoning or peeking in the arena. Even so, that didn't mean the two managed to take the upper hand. It was just the way that they had each engaged their opponents with their own styles had taken the two off guard. Lin Jingyan and Sun Xiang quickly managed to stabilize the situation. However, Steamed Bun and Tang Ru weren't normal players that they could defeat with ease. Victory was something they had to earn through care and strong focus. The battle between gods raged on and the guilds had no idea what to do. Tyrannical Ambition had originally wanted to charge in to steal the boss with Zhang Jiao, but ended up getting stopped by a crimson storm from Yu Feng's berserker. After that, they saw Dazzling Spring jump out again and start entangling with Happy. Should they go for the boss, or help fight off Happy? As for Excellent Dynasty, Chen Yehui wanted to spit blood. Zhang Jiao, at least, showed that he still had a clear mind and intentions. As for their god Sun Xiang, he had immediately entered combat upon seeing Happy and charged in to fight them without hesitation. Chen Yehui wanted to cry. Excellent Dynasty hadn't won in the competition for bosses in a long time. He could clearly feel that Happy had made arrangements specifically to counter them. They were heading towards the state of a life-and-death struggle. Today, a god had uncharacteristically decided to help them, and Chen Yehui was full of excited anticipation. Yet they met Happy the moment they came, and their god didn't want the boss but Happy instead. Chen Yehui wanted to bash his head against his keyboard and die. Vice Captain Zio, look. Chen Yehui was helpless, but it was a good thing that they had another god overseeing this, Zio Shiken. Zio Shiken was rather troubled by this as well. Ask Sun Xiang to come back. He wasn't confident he could help Sun Xiang defeat Happy. That would be spoiling him too much. Ignore Sun Xiang and go for the boss. Sun Xiang was their captain, their core, their ace. If they just tossed him aside, that didn't seem very appropriate. I'll go. Zio Shiken didn't have a better plan of action. He could only go up there personally to try and snap Sun Xiang out of it. Tang Ru was already having enough trouble dealing with Sun Xiang alone. Her performance was at its peak, but it wasn't giving Sun Xiang any obvious trouble. Tang Ru knew very well that her skill level wasn't near enough to defeat this person one-on-one. I think that's enough from you. Now it's my turn. At this moment, Sun Xiang gave a battle cry and grasped an opening left in Tang Ru's barrage of attacks, about to counterattack. Boom! A sudden explosion struck them. Sun Xiang hurriedly dodged, losing his chance to counterattack, vexed. Turning his view, he saw that it was Zhang Jiao's Dazzling Spring, fighting with a bunch of Happy's players with his 100 Blossom style. Explosives flew everywhere and one of them had rolled over, interrupting Sun Xiang's plans. Without waiting for Sun Xiang to begin cursing, Soft Mist's attacks came again, as furious as ever. Though she knew she wasn't as good as Sun Xiang, was Tang Ru one to give up. Her fighting spirit was undying. "Don't you know when to give up?" Sun Xiang hollered. He had obviously thought that Tang Ru would begin to feel helpless, begin to back down and accept defeat after being suppressed by his cream of the crop skill. Yet she hadn't, not at all. Soft Mist's spear was as sharp as ever. "An ant like you wants to move an elephant," Sun Xiang mocked, preparing another powerful counterattack. Swoosh! The shockwaves from the downswing of a blade rolled over and Sun Xiang had to dodge once again, interrupting his counterattack. "Who the FCK?" Sun Xiang cursed first and asked questions later this time. Turning his view, he saw that it was a berserker from Blossom Valley, probably Yu Feng, who had escaped and counterattacked with a collapsing mountain and backwards jump, just brushing past Sun Xiang's battle mage. He was standing just in range of the shockwaves from the impact. Yu Feng and Zhang Giles' dazzling blossoms stood one in the front and the other to the back, breaking out of Happy's encirclement together and accidentally messing up Sun Xiang's pace. He could excuse it once, but if he didn't strike back the second time, then he wouldn't be himself. Sun Xiang flicked the mouse in his right hand. His battle mage had already turned, his spear raised, and a tyrant's destruction was flung over. Yu Feng and Zhang Jiao really hadn't meant to do it on purpose, so they hadn't expected Sun Xiang's attack. Unable to dodge the tyranny's destruction, Yu Feng's berserker took a direct hit. Xiao Shikin, who was bringing his character over, saw this and could only think one thing: he should just leave this guy and let him die. Stealing a boss, they couldn't even get around to just dealing with their mutual enemies, who would go around making more. People who made such provocations were asked to have everyone focus fire on them. However, a tyrant's destruction wasn't enough for Sun Xiang to calm down, or maybe it was a habit of his as a pro player, because one hit could always lead to a combo of N more. Sun Xiang's battle mage had resolutely turned around, launching a fierce attack at Yu Feng's berserker. Happy was also very confused. Wasn't this guy their greatest enemy? Was he trying to join them now? Yu Feng didn't want to make more trouble, but how could he not strike back when someone attacked him like this? After hurriedly parrying Sun Xiang's attack, he immediately countered. A wild blood strike sent Sun Xiang backwards, and then several flashes of blade and blood were flung out at the pursuing members of Happy. The aura of the Alliance's first berserker was evident in these bloody attacks. Zhang Giles' dazzling spring also turned back to return fire. He had finally realized that Happy was just here to cause trouble. If they weren't defeated, then it would be hard for them to steal the boss without further interruption. With Yu Feng's sudden burst of attack snatching back the upper hand, Zhang Jiao immediately turned to take this opportunity. Amongst the grand explosions, a blade flashed and a bloody aura struck. Even a top god like Sun Xiang had been beaten back, never mind Happy's players. Everyone looked on with shock at the developing scene. Yi Ziu, Lin Jingyan, Wang Jixi. A scene from the past surfaced in these experienced veterans' minds. Blossoms and blood. Wasn't this a nostalgic scene of the old Team 100 Blossoms Blossom duo of a Spitfire and Berserker? The King's Avatar. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 950, Blossoms and Blood. Back in the days, Team 100 Blossom's two gods had founded this signature playstyle. Sun Jiping's injury had forced him into retirement, and the playstyle vanished along with him. Though Team 100 Blossoms wished to recreate it, they could not find a suitable berserker who could partner with Zhang Jiao. In the end, the playstyle became a memory. Yi Ziu and these other older players had experienced Blossoms and Blood for themselves, so their impression of this playstyle was deeper. Team 100 Blossoms had invited the current #1 Berserker player, Yu Feng, and picked up the former #1 Berserker character, Blossoming Chaos. In exchange, they gave up dazzling 100 Blossoms and built a new Spitfire character, Bright Blossoms, for Zhu Yuan. They wanted to recreate this former splendor. However, Team 100 Blossom did not perform well at the start of the season. Even though they gradually improved, the synergy between Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan was still lacking in maturity, let alone replicating Team 100 Blossom's past glory. But in the game's heavenly domain, God Zhang Jiao, who had left Team 100 Blossoms for Team Tyranny, had allied together with the new core of Team 100 Blossoms, Yu Feng, to recreate this scene. Yi Ziu and the other gods saw it first. Then the Blossom Valley players followed. Blossom Valley's elite troops didn't lack older fans. Their accomplishments in glory couldn't match those of pro players, so their reaction was a half-beat slower. However, they quickly realized it. That familiar scene before them was the blossoms and blood from their memories. Before Blossom Valley's old fans could become excited, they saw clearly how this scene had been revived. Their hearts immediately shattered like broken vases, and they experienced the joys and sorrows of life. Zhang Jiao, why did you leave? A heart-wrenching shout suddenly erupted from Blossom Valley. This blossoms and blood scene had awakened their deepest memories. In the end, it was because they couldn't let go of Zhang Jiao that they complained about his choice to join Team Tyranny. If Zhang Jiao had stayed with Team 100 Blossoms with Yu Feng, couldn't the long-awaited blossoms and blood return? The battlefield instantly fell silent. A weep followed this heart-wrenching shout. No one could tell if the person was a guy or girl, but at this moment, his or her emotions had gone out of control. Zhang Jiao stood still. He had just realized that he and Yu Feng had never practiced together before or communicated with each other, yet they were still able to reproduce a blossoms and blood. Their experience, awareness, and skill had reached a certain level, allowing for this to happen. However, it wasn't intentional, so if the two immediately tried to replicate it, it might not happen again. But while those at a pro level could understand this reasoning, normal players wouldn't care. When they saw the blossoms and blood again, they felt even more anguished at Zhang Jiao's departure. The bitterness in their heart only deepened because they knew that even if there were people who had lost control of their emotions from their hearts being crushed, it would not change reality. Zhang Jiao was no longer a member of Team 100 Blossoms. The previous blossoms and blood was simply an illusion. It would not appear in Team 100 Blossoms this season. Everyone could understand the emotions felt by Team 100 Blossoms fans, which was why the battlefield suddenly fell into silence. They were all glory players. They laughed, cried, and argued over the same things. Sympathy came about just that easily. Regardless, what's past is past, someone suddenly said from beside Dazzling Spring. Zhang Jiao turned around and saw Yi Ziu's Lord Grim. Yes, Zhang Jiao suddenly smiled. The feeling of guilt in his heart had truly been incomparably intense. He had even felt the urge to retire again, but even if he did, what would come of it? The past was the past. He could never go back. If he could, Zhang Jiao would have gone back in time to Season 5. He wouldn't have allowed Sun Jiping's injury flare up. Perhaps Team 100 Blossoms would have become the champions that year. That might even have been the start of Team 100 Blossoms' reign. But it was such a pity. What's past is past. His choice had been the result of being careful and being careful again. Why should he regret it? Why should he shrink back again? He had already retired cowardly once. Why did such a thought appear again? Running away definitely wasn't the solution. Zhang Jiao let out a sigh. This time he had decided. Dazzling Spring lifted his hand. Bang! Yu Feng's berserker was shot in the head at near point-blank range. We're enemies now, Zhang Jiao said calmly. Thanks. Yu Feng actually said thanks towards this attack because he knew very well that after this shot, he truly became Team 100 Blossom's core. The illusion left in the hearts of Team 100 Blossom's fans had finally been shattered by this one shot. They would no longer feel regret or reminiscent of him. Only resentment would remain in their hearts. You're welcome. Yu Feng didn't think Zhang Jiao would actually reply to his thanks as if it were the proper thing to do. Good luck. Don't disappoint them. Zhang Jiao said. This guy. Did he intentionally shoot me? Yu Feng was astonished because he had realized that Zhang Jiao had intentionally been ruthless, breaking off the last bit of feelings that the fans of Team 100 Blossoms had for him. Seizing this opportunity, he pushed Yu Feng into the light, letting him become the new hope for Team 100 Blossoms fans. Yu Feng didn't think that in this type of situation, he would receive the trust from Team 100 Blossoms' true key figure. This was not something a contract would give him. This method was too cruel, though. Before Yu Feng could say anything, the players from Blossom Valley had exploded. Zhang Jiao's shot severed all relationships with them. His declaration of "we're enemies now" made them completely furious. They were no longer weeping. At this moment they only desired to fight. What wild boss, what uncommon materials, to hell with it. They had once revered the guy in front of him like a god. Now he had become their greatest enemy. They needed to teach this guy a lesson no matter what. The players from Blossom Valley threw themselves at him. Their fear towards the gods. It didn't exist anymore. Dazzling Spring lifted up his arm and gripped his gun tightly, facing these Blossom Valley players, but the pro players discovered that even though Dazzling Spring aimed his gun towards them, he couldn't fire it. Just lifting the gun wasn't something done to attack. Yu Feng, who was closest to him, obviously understood this even better. Although he knew that these were all moves benefiting his future, his blood was boiling. He wanted to stop everything from continuing. However, facing the turbulent Blossom Valley group, would they listen to his explanation? Crimson Storm. At this moment, a powerful berserker skill was unleashed. The storm crashed into Blossom Valley, stopping their momentum. But these Blossom Valley players weren't as rational as those tyrannical ambition players who had been cut off by Yu Feng. Those who were hit by the attack fell, but those who didn't ignored the damage and continued to charge towards Zhang Jiao's Dazzling Spring. Then they heard sounds of a greatsword slashing in unbroken succession. A figure had stepped in front of Dazzling Spring. Wild Blood Strike, Whirlwind Strike, and the new skill, Absolute Storm, cut towards Blossom Valley, instantly clearing them away. That player pointed his greatsword to his side. The blood-soaked sword had completely lost its original luster. He did not turn his head and simply asked, "What are you afraid of?" Another summer of sleep. Everyone saw this berserker's id, but who was this? Everyone immediately identified this player's guild. Heavenly Justice. Team Heavenly Swords had a berserker, and that berserker was Team Heavenly Swords' owner. His status was extremely high. To become a pro player meant his own skill level couldn't be lacking, but placed on this battlefield, Lu Guaning's status as a pro player wasn't anything to blink at. Apart from the players from Team Happy, all of the pro players were all-stars. Sun Xiang and Xiao Shikin simply weren't chosen this year due to special circumstances. If they were still in the alliance, those two would undoubtedly have been chosen as all-stars. Was this berserker, who forcefully put himself in the spotlight, Heavenly Swords Lu Guaning? The pro players at the scene didn't think so. They weren't looking down on Lu Guaning. Bullying normal players didn't require that much skill. However, every player had their own aura. Team Heavenly Swords had been in the alliance for half a year now. All of the teams had an idea what Lu Guaning's berserker was like. Even though Team Heavenly Swords was a new team, their momentum was like a torrential rush. All of the teams took precautions against this new team. They had thoroughly done their research on Team Heavenly Swords. After half a year, all of them had a good grasp of Team Heavenly Swords' strength. This another summer of Sleep's playstyle was much more wild and violent compared to Lu Guaning's. It couldn't be that he suddenly became extremely arrogant as soon as he came to the game, right? "Who are you?" Zhang Jiao was shocked. No one could be more familiar with such a wild and violent berserker playstyle than him. If you've already decided to say goodbye to the past, why is there still a thread of weakness remaining in your heart? Another summer of Sleep still didn't turn his head. "I was just." Get rid of all those distracting thoughts. Another summer of sleep raised his blood-soaked sword again and pointed it at Blossom Valley. "Oh, with you," Zhang Jiao said. "Sure." The newcomer didn't mind. "You're still so crazy," Zhang Jiao felt moved. He already knew who this newcomer was. He was the other dependable and beloved god of Team 100 Blossoms. Now he had pulled out his blade, ready to fight with his former fans. Zhang Jiao couldn't help but feel a ripple spread in his heart. This was exactly something his former partner would do. "Right now the person who needs to go crazy isn't me but you," Sun Jiping said. "Okay, I'm here." Dazzling Spring stepped forward. He didn't only lift up his gun. This time he truly attacked. Gunshots, explosions, sword slashes. Blossoms and Blood the King's Avatar Chapter 951. The fans of Team 100 Blossoms often wished they could witness Blossoms and Blood again. But no one had thought that when they did, it would be in such a situation. This was a Blossoms and Blood with more splendor than any pro match they had seen before. This was because, in the online game, there were many more people to kill. The blood that splattered amongst the bright lights of flashing explosions created a blood-drenched scene. The players of Blossom Valley fell continuously. They were shocked, seething, unaccepting, but also unwilling to back down. That was when another flash of blades joined. Yu Feng had finally struck back, and the two broadswords locked together aggressively. The Blossom Valley players were panting for breath. They stared dumbly at the berserker called Another Summer of Sleep. Just who was this? He bore the words Heavenly Justice over his head, so was he that berserker from Team Heavenly Swords? Originally, normal players weren't nearly as perceptive as pro players, who could estimate the player behind a character from their playstyle alone. However, for many of 100 Blossom's old fans, Sun Jiping was a name they would never forget, and his wild and crazed playstyle was burnt deep into memories. As they watched Another Summer of Sleep, this long unthought-of name surfaced in their minds. However, they didn't get the chance to question it further. Another Summer of Sleep and Dazzling Spring, a berserker and spitfire duo that was once the target of their admiration and love, was mounting a furious offense against them. Yu Feng's berserker jumped out to defend, but was quickly consumed by the scene of blossoms and blood. It wasn't at all difficult to realize who, exactly, was protecting them now. The Team 100 Blossom fans also suddenly realized, had they been neglecting their new core player. All healers heal Captain Yu. Blossom Valley's guild leader, Blooming Blossom, was the first to react and yelled out a command. He was a 100 Blossoms fan, but was also a department head in the club. At times like this, he could still keep his cool, and was the only member of their guild that still remembered what they had come here to do. He didn't want to see things like this, meeting Zhang Jiao's Dazzling Spring and getting into such a mess. His wishes also represented Club 100 Blossom's wishes. The club was much more rational than the fans. They didn't want their fans to cling to Zhang Jiao's shadow like this when the man refused to look back. Zhang Jiao's influence in Team 100 Blossoms had become a handicap they wanted to overcome. The club had recently been continuously brainstorming a way to negate the effects that Zhang Jiao's return to the glory scene as part of Team Tyranny had on Team 100 Blossoms. Blooming Blossoms had also attended many such meetings. Team 100 Blossoms fans were too stuck on the past and didn't seem to care about their new core player, Yu Feng. This was a problem that the club was helpless against, and it gave them quite the headache. Yet now, seeing Yu Feng's berserker charge forth like a hero, defending against Zhang Jiao and someone who was possibly Sun Jiping's offense, Blooming Blossom realized that this was a chance they had to grab. The new hero of Team 100 Blossoms would be born on this day. No matter what, he had to make him shine. So Blooming Blossoms used his yell to make all of Team 100 Blossoms notice Yu Feng, to make everyone notice who it was that protected them when their once beloved duo had turned against them. Captain Yu. As expected, 100 Blossoms normal players soon yelled out this encouraging shout that came from their hearts. "Don't worry about me. Everyone spread out, pull some distance, and use ranged attacks to cover the area with firepower." Yu Feng's voice came out from within the blossoms and blood. It wasn't any sort of incredible plan, but it was like a light in the darkness for Team 100 Blossoms. All the Team 100 Blossoms players ran to obey. However, this was nowhere near enough to break Blossoms and blood, only to lower its effectiveness. Under the cover of Blossoms and blood, the extremely experienced veterans, Zhang Jiao and Sun Jiping, could still easily move about in this sort of AI firepower coverage. The only one who was fighting the two head-on was still Yu Feng's berserker. Though blooming blossoms called for healing, they couldn't see Yu Feng's berserker at all amongst the flashes of light from the Team 100 Blossoms' former playstyle. If they got any closer, they might accidentally step into the blossoms and blood. Two healers whose names immediately darkened and were automatically kicked from the team showed everyone the consequences of approaching without careful consideration. The reason why Yu Feng had wanted everyone to not worry about him, scatter and keep their distance, was obviously because he didn't want them to get consumed by blossoms and blood and get killed. Captain Yu. In that moment, all the Team 100 Blossom players finally completely accepted their new core players. However, could Yu Feng alone break blossoms and blood? Zhang Jiao and Yu Feng's blossoms and blood had been a coincidence. It was probably impossible for them to repeat it or continue it. The real blossoms and blood had been crafted through an entire season of trying to sync up from the extremely talented Zhang Jiao and Sun Jiping. In the third season of the Alliance, Blossoms and Blood had been refined and had swept through the Alliance. All the powerhouses were shocked by this unseen playstyle and lost, disoriented. It was that season that Blossoms and Blood reached their peak, and were also stopped at that peak. Team 100 Blossom, who had stormed their way to the finals, eventually fell to Team Excellent Era, who didn't allow them to stop the attainment of their yet unchallenged third consecutive championship. Blossoms and Blood had been struck through by one autumn leaf's evil annihilation. God Yi Q, having made that mark in history, made a shocking move after gaining the championship and accepted an interview. Though it was only through QQ, he had managed to leave a sentence that would be remembered by all. "A few times is enough for a playstyle, so using it too much, doesn't that get tiring?" However, even with this mocking sentence, Blossoms and Blood didn't become a joke because the only one who had the right to make light of it was God Yi Q. If others wanted to say the same, they needed to break Blossoms and Blood first. No playstyle or tactic was unbreakable, but Blossoms and Blood was something invincible in the hearts of 100 Blossom fans. Yet now they were hoping that Yu Feng would be able to break Blossoms and Blood. This was because this title no longer belonged to Team 100 Blossoms, but rather their enemies. Blooming Blossoms was secretly sweating in nervousness for him. This was a good chance for Yu Feng to take the lead, and the club had been hoping that he would be able to truly take the Team 100 Blossoms flag sooner than later, bringing Team 100 Blossoms fans away from clinging to the memories of someone who was no longer a part of their team. And now, this chance was right in front of them, but it really was a little too difficult. With Sun Jiping's injury forcing his retirement, Blossoms and Blood disappeared from the Alliance. In those 2.5 seasons, the only one who had managed to break Blossoms and Blood alone was Yi Q in the third season. Yu Feng was a very talented player, but had he reached the level Yi Q had back then? There was probably no one who would believe that. Speaking of, no matter if it was Zhang Jiao or Sun Jiping, they had both passed their peak. Sun Jiping had even retired for so long due to an injury, but now he was somehow back. It was debatable if it was actually him or not, though. These two weren't at the same level they had once been. On the other hand, Yu Feng was at his peak condition to play, so maybe he could really break this blossoms and blood. Blooming Blossoms was filled with hope. After all, using this to make an impression in the hearts of 100 Blossoms players would be far better than using your own pain to do it. This sort of tactic wouldn't be able to truly vanquish the lingering emotions 100 Blossom fans had for the past. Thoughts flew through Blooming Blossom's mind wildly, and he even considered if there was any way they could cheat to help Yu Feng. It was a shame that he couldn't think of any. This sort of pro-level face-off wasn't something that normal players could get involved in. Watching the party window, Blooming Blossoms noticed the health of Yu Feng's berserker dropping lower and lower, and he became more and more anxious. Then he suddenly realized that because of the flashing light and shadows, they couldn't see Yu Feng struggle at all. In the end, it was probably just be a corpse tossed out. With that, Yu Feng's efforts would be no different from that of someone who died as soon as they stepped in. How much acceptance this suffering could gain could be argued. A chance. A chance. Chance. This thought didn't exist in Yu Feng's mind. Stepping out like a hero was all a thing of the moment. He had heard Sun Zhiping and Zhang Jiao's conversation. Did he want to end things like this? Yu Feng couldn't accept that. He was even furious about it. Since he was now part of 100 Blossoms, he understood better than anyone what Zhang Jiao meant to this group of fans. So when Zhang Jiao raised his gun at the Team 100 Blossoms players, he had charged out to stop it. Not only was this for Zhang Jiao, but also because he didn't want the players of 100 Blossoms to be hurt in such a way. Yet it was another Summer of Sleep who had popped up. He wanted to truly, cruelly, use this method to bid farewell to the Team 100 Blossoms fans. Yu Feng couldn't accept that at all. He stepped out to fight, not thinking of the consequences. He just wanted to do everything he could. He just wanted to battle. They were hard to deal with, as expected. Team 100 Blossoms had wanted to recreate Blossoms and Blood through having Yu Feng join. Yu Feng, of course, had researched this playstyle extensively as well, watching recording after recording of the old Blossom duo's matches. So he was more certain than anyone that this berserker in front of him was truly the old first berserker, Sun Zhiping. And when he was really up against Blossoms and Blood, he found that this playstyle was truly hard to deal with. I don't think I can do it. Watching his health fall to the bottom, Yu Feng took a deep breath. His protection of 100 Blossoms would have to come to an end here. Let him burn this last slither of health as brightly as possible. Yu Feng didn't spare a thought for anything else, directly activating Bloodthirst. This was a powerful status skill that berserkers gained at level 75. After their status was in Bloodthirst, berserkers could use their own health to increase their strength. Yu Feng's berserker didn't have much health left, so Bloodthirst's effects were limited. However, what was more important was the fight until the end attitude that this decision represented. When his health only had 1 point left, he struck his final blow and burned the rest of his life. A crimson flash of energy from his blade streaked out from the Blossoms and Blood, and yet that was when Blossoms and Blood was brought to an abrupt halt by this single slash. Dazzling Spring's attack stopped and the flashes of light and shadows dispersed. Everyone saw that Dazzling Spring was lying there, somehow knocked down by Yu Feng's Berserker the King's Avatar Chapter 952. He broke through. Blooming Blossom was ecstatic, but after checking the health on Yu Feng's Berserker, for a second, his smile wouldn't come out. Fortunately, the players from Blossom Valley reacted quickly. In an instant, the healers worked together and healed Yu Feng's Berserker back to full health. However, Yu Feng's Berserker just stood there staring into space. It was as if he didn't know that he had been rescued and thought he had died. Yu Feng really did think he had died. The outcome had astonished him. He should have been able to dodge that attack. This guy, you've become soft-hearted. Yu Feng heard another Summer of Sleep say. These words weren't directed at him. Ha ha. Dazzling Spring laughed but didn't say anything. Another summer of sleep turned to look at Yu Feng. Little one, blossoms and blood looks as if it's birthed from the Spitfire's 100-blossom style, but in reality, the Berserker is the one in control of this playstyle's rhythm. If you want to see blossoms and blood reborn again, you'd better work hard, Sun Jiping said. Not waiting for Yu Feng to regain his composure, everyone in Happy entered the battle in an orderly fashion under Yi Ziu's instructions. Yi Ziu's Lord Grim led the charge. His myriad manifestations umbrella shook. It transformed into its spear form and shot forward. Zhang Jiao and Sun Jiping saw it from the corner of their eyes. "What are you doing?" Zhang Jiao shouted. "You good for nothing, cheating us to give the stage to you. What a waste of time. Give us control of the battle now." Yi Ziu said and moved his spear. Zhang Jiao thought he was about to be attacked, so he had Dazzling Spring roll off to the side. However, Lord Grim was just faking it. He also moved to the side. From behind him, a handful of sand came flying out. Steamed Bun Invasion had also joined the fray. Zhang Jiao dodged quite quickly, but Yu Feng's Berserker was still just standing there staring blankly. The handful of sand hit him directly. Yu Feng's screen went black. He had become blind. However, that had woken him up in an instant. He couldn't see and he didn't know what was happening, but he could still hear the sounds from the game. "You want to break our blossoms and blood again?" Yu Feng heard Zhang Jiao shout. "Haha, your information is too outdated. Old son, stand aside. It'd be embarrassing if I accidentally hit you." Yi Ziu replied. Zhang Jiao was startled. He turned around and saw another summer of sleep moving aside. It didn't seem like he was planning on fighting alongside him. At this moment, Zhang Jiao finally noticed the guild tag above another summer of sleep's head, Heavenly Justice. Zhang Jiao instantly realized something. Soon afterwards, Windward Formation summoned a chaotic rain. 1-inch Ash drew an ice boundary. Concealed Light's summons lined up and attacked. Dawn Rifle and Chasing Haze shot stingers into the sky. The artillery shell exploded in the air and a dense forest of thorns rained down. Zhang Jiao didn't say anything more. Dazzling Spring nimbly maneuvered through these attacks. It was tragedy for Yu Feng's Berserker, though. While he was out of it, sand had hit him, inducing a blind. No matter how experienced he was, there was no way he could suddenly defend against an attack from 4 sides without being able to see anything. However, ever since Yu Feng's Berserker produced a Blossoms and Blood, he had already been recognized by Blossom Valley as their core god. The players from Blossoms Valley failed to remember that they were here to hunt the boss. Everyone rushed forward desperately to rescue their god. If they could do so, they would be delighted if they could also give Zhang Jiao's Dazzling Spring a blow in the passing. It wasn't hard to imagine how difficult the situation was for Zhang Jiao. The players from Blossom Valley were easier to deal with, but the group from Happy being led by Yi Ziu was very painful. He dodged left and right, but he couldn't avoid so many attacks. Dazzling Spring's health continued to fall. In this chaotic battle, Zhang Jiao's spirit wavered. He couldn't react in time for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, a figure came in from the slide, rescuing his Dazzling Spring. Zhang Jiao turned around absent-mindedly and clearly saw who it was. It was Lin Jingyan's brawler. Zhang Jiao's spirit shook. Correct. This was his teammate, a partner who he could rely on. The past was the past. Zhang Jiao looked around. Sun Jiping's Another Summer of Sleep was on the other side of the battlefield swinging his greatsword. Zhang Jiao returned to that summer many years ago. It had been a chaotic battle too. And today, in the same kind of chaotic battle, the two were on different sides. The blood shadows from his greatsword were as wild as before. The 100-blossom style was as dazzling as ever. However, blossoms and blood would never appear again. Goodbye. Just like how he raised his gun towards Guild Blossom Valley, Zhang Jiao's Dazzling Sprint lifted up his right hand and shot accurately at Another Summer of Sleep. Blood splattered from the bullet hole in another summer of sleep. He roared and slashed in this direction using wild blood strike. The player in front of him was sent flying away. Zhang Jiao seemed to see a smile on another summer of sleep's expressionless face. Another summer of sleep lifted his greatsword onto his shoulders and then turned around carefreely. Leave. Finally, after saying goodbye, Zhang Jiao regained his composure and quickly realized that participating in this chaotic battle was meaningless. Everyone was here to snatch the boss. Where's the boss? With Herb Garden. Why were these people even fighting? He immediately told Lin Jingyan to leave. The two wanted to run, but Happy refused to comply and did not let the two off. Have you gone senile from old age? Why aren't you letting us go? Zhang Jiao angrily rebuked. It's more like your eyes have gone blurry from old age. Are you the only ones we're not letting go? Yizu retorted. Zhang Jiao focused and saw that they weren't the only ones being trapped by Happy. As soon as a pro player on the battlefield passed by, it didn't matter if he didn't provoke them. Happy would take the initiative to attack them. How low? Zhang Jiao exclaimed. Lin Jingyan was perplexed. Why do you think he's acting so lowly? Happy's crude and rough training method wasn't within the scope of the imagination of these pro players. We can't let them keep doing this, Zhang Jiao said. But I feel like taking the initiative to attack is exactly what they want, Lin Jingyan said. Could he be threatening from the east and striking from the west? Zhang Jiao reflected on it from a tactical perspective. Luring a tiger from its home in the mountains, Lin Jingyan added. The two turned to look at Herb Garden. Happy and the Guild Alliance had surrounded them. Sure enough, the two slapped their thighs. Happy's training method was to restrict these pro players, stopping them from attacking the boss. The two were incomparably experienced gods. They saw through Yizu's scheme and obviously wouldn't let him go through with it. They had to escape by any means possible and rush over to aid in the boss battle. The pro players weren't cooperating, making it difficult for everyone in Happy. Happy encircled, chased, blocked, and intercepted. In any case, they got to fight with these gods, so it could be considered as accumulating high-level combat experience. The two from Team Tyranny were nipped at the heels fiercely. Team 100 Blossoms Yu Feng had been dragged into the fray. There was also Team Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoshan. He had never tried escaping from the very beginning. And ever since Lu Hanwen's Blade Master was killed, he kept on spouting out word bubbles filled with declarations of revenge. Sun Xiang, who had entered the battle on his own accord, had finally been urged back by Xiao Shikin. In the end, Excellent Era wasn't able to be dragged in. Those who had been watching for a while, like Guild Samsara and Guild Misty Castle, had an easier time making a move after clearly seeing what the situation was. The pro players from those two teams circled around Happy as if they were stinking piles of dung towards Herb Garden. The pressure on Herb Garden multiplied. With so many guilds and so many pro players, even with a god watching over them, it was still extremely difficult to hold their advantage. However, if Wang Jixi wasn't able to predict such an outcome, then his 2 championship titles and narrowly recreating Excellent Era's reign over the scene would be unjustified. When the guilds and pro players surrounded them, Herb Garden created a path. This path wasn't a welcoming path, but an exit path. Wang Jixi's witch zoomed through the sky on his broom and moved bizarrely through the crowd. Behind him was the boss, Shadow Commander Shan. When the guild saw this, they wanted to cry. It was clear that Shan's #1 target was Wang Jixi's witch. Usually, this target should be the first to be killed, making it easy to transfer the aggro to someone else. However, the target was the Alliance's mysterious magician. How many could catch up to him? Team Misty Rain's newly joined beautiful sisters were newborn calves who didn't fear tigers. The 2 sharpshooters rushed forward to block him. However, Wang Jixi's witch made a few right-angle turns and several feints, confusing these 2 sisters. By the time they recovered, Shadow Commander Shan reached them and slashed at both of them. How could a level 75 wild boss's attack power be a joke? It looked like a plain and simple slash, but it nearly killed the two of them instantly. The two couldn't help but feel fear. When they went to intercept Wang Jixi again, they needed to be more careful and shoot from afar, but Wang Jixi's was moving around in the crowd. In the end, their bullets only injured the normal players of other guilds. The pro players on the battlefield sympathized with these beautiful sisters. In the end, rookies were still green. They were being led around by the nose by Wang Jixi. The King's Avatar Chapter 953. If Wang Jixi was just simply rampaging about on his own, no one would bother him and risk drawing his attention. However, the problem was that he held the aggro of the boss. From the perspective of boss stealing, Wang Jixi was a core problem that everyone had no choice but to face. Before dealing with him, they couldn't take the boss. Otherwise, they would just be helping Herb Garden kill it. Wang Jixi wasn't a target normal players could even dream of dealing with though. Even pro players, the ones just starting out like the Misty Rain sisters, would only end up in an awkward situation if they tried. However, apart from these two, the pro players had popped up today were all big names in glory, perfectly capable of causing Wang Jixi a lot of trouble. The problem was, these pro players didn't have the time to do so because they were struggling with their own troubles. Team Happy. Yiziu and his group's goals were simple and direct. They didn't care about the wild boss at all, so they didn't bother spending any effort on Wang Jixi, who was flying all over the map. On the other hand, the other pro players were perfect targets for them. As they fought furiously with the pro players they had already engaged, they ran about harassing new targets as well. The pro players were extremely vexed but didn't want to waste time on Happy either, so they all began to take an avoidance approach towards Happy. As for Yiziu's group, they really didn't like the avoidance approach the pro players were taking. We came to get battle experience, so if you keeping dodging about and running away, then we can't use this to our advantage. They couldn't provoke most of the pro players to fight them, and the ones that they were entangled with, they couldn't finish off. The pro players weren't fighting on their own either. No matter if it was Yu Feng or Huang Xiaoshan or Zhang Jiao and Lin Jingyan, they all had guilds supporting them. None of them would sit by and watch their gods get led around by the nose. A few people to provide ranged support or healing was already a great help. However, Yiziu wasn't worried about this, because their goal really was too simple. Victory didn't matter. If these pro players were impossible to kill, then it would be great if they could fight them for 3 days and 3 nights. The situation was chaotic, but it somehow managed to maintain this chaotic balance to the end. Team Happy and the pro players they had managed to engage were locked in a stalemate. As for stealing the boss, no one could really do anything to Wang Jixi, so the guilds began to strike at Herb Garden's normal players, so Wang Jixi began to lead the boss rampaging through the guilds and destroying their attack formations. Was Shadow Tactician Shan even a boss anymore? No one thought it seemed like one anymore. It was evidently Wang Jixi's summons, following Wang Jixi's witch, attacking and causing chaos among the guild players wherever it went. The normal players had learned something new today, that the magician was so incisive, even when stealing bosses. Seeing that their pro players didn't seem to be able to do much, they also began to lose hope. Shadow Tactician Shan's health was rapidly falling as he barged through the crowd. In addition to Herb Garden's relentless attacks, the damage it took from the crossfire was probably upwards of 10% of its health. It was until Shan's health fell to 10% and entered the enraged state that the situation began to unstabilize. In an enraged state, Shan would summon shadow soldiers. Many masked assassins in black cloaks appeared together, killing anyone they came across. Normal players wouldn't be able to win against these assassins one-on-one. Pro players had the ability to, but they didn't know if they should. What would they gain from killing these shadow assassins? Nothing. They would only be helping Herb Garden. The situation had already come to this, and they had no way of dealing with Wang Jixi, so the guilds finally began to give up. After giving the order, Samsara, Misty Castle, Excellent Dynasty, and the other guilds had already recalled their troops. However, many people came over to watch Happy fight the other gods out of curiosity. Seeing everyone clearing the field, Zhang Jiao and the others knew that the conclusion was set. They seethed at Yiziu in their hearts. If it wasn't for Yiziu causing trouble, then Wang Jixi definitely wouldn't have had such an easy time, what with all them gods here. What the hell were you thinking, fucking around like this? Now look, have you managed to get the boss? Zhang Jiao said with contempt, believing that Yiziu had completely miscalculated. Hehe, Yiziu laughed. What the hell are you laughing about? Zhang Jiao was enraged, and Dazzling Spring directed his fire at Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm hurriedly dodged. Speaking of, Yiziu was a little disappointed. He had hoped that Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and the others could get the chance to gain some experience by fighting pro players, but these pro players just seemed to love coming at Lord Grimm. To be honest, Yiziu's Lord Grimm was more like a bystander in this battle, mostly taking command. The few times he went up to fight, it was only when he was forced to. Let's crush this guy together. People N units away could even still see the speech bubbles coming from Huang Xiaoshan's blade master. Sun Xiang, who was about to leave with his guild, immediately raised his spear, eager to come over when he saw this. We probably shouldn't waste any more time here, yeah. Zio Shkin's mechanic quickly came over to talk him down. Yiziu looked around then and saw that the boss fight was over, and the guild members were shuffling over to watch them. If they continued to fight, Blue Brook, Tyrannical Ambition, and Blossom Valley's players could participate wholeheartedly. Like that, if Yiziu and Co. continued to fight without the help of a guild, they wouldn't be able to do much training before being annihilated. If they called their guild over to fight, that would just become a massive guild war. Not only was such a thing probably not helpful to Happy's training, but their guild would also take heavy casualties. Continuing this was meaningless. What are we still fighting for, now that the boss is gone? Seeing that there wasn't any use in continuing, Yiziu immediately expressed his opinion. This meaningless fighting wasn't something that any rational guild leader would want, so they all came to try and talk down their gods. With the gods complying, the other normal players were easy enough to persuade. The battle over on Happy's side petered out just like that. Everyone looked towards the boss fight then, seeing that Herb Garden with Wang Jixi present were easily taking down the boss, now that the other guilds weren't making things hard. It didn't take much before Shadow Tactician Shan was finally announced by the system. Okay, let's all leave, Yiziu called to his people. Are we not fighting anymore? Tang Ru seemed disappointed for it to end. For the current her, there was no fun to the in-game arena anymore because it was far too easy. If it wasn't for the fact that she had seen that there was more to the world of glory, she would have probably completely lost interest already. Yes, let's end things here for today. Everyone is probably exhausted, right? Yiziu asked. In this chaotic free-for-all, they had been no clear goal. All they did was fight until they ended up rather befuddled. Hearing Yiziu's words, everyone came back to the present, and only then did they realize that this battle really had been exhausting. They had been tense, unable to relax, a continuous stream of high-intensity mechanics. This was true exhaustion. Even Tang Ru, who had been unsatisfied just now, found that she really was burnt out after being reminded by Yiziu. This was also one of the reasons Yiziu had called for them to stop. The Glory Pro League had a match every week. This wasn't just to lengthen the match season. Though in esports, it seemed like you only needed to sit there and there was little movement involved, it still took a lot out of you, especially for certain areas like your hands, which had to complete an immense amount of actions. Losing feeling in them when walking out from the match wasn't uncommon. Many players even had lasting symptoms. For example, Sun Jiping's injury wasn't really some sort of accident. His battle style had taken a toll on his hands, and his injury was the result of the accumulation of overwork. The better your skill in glory, the larger the toll on the player, but the pro teams took careful consideration of this. Through the use of science, they obtained ways of practice while caring for their hands, and the career lifespans of pros were constantly on the rise. For Happy, they had limited resources. Sometimes, everyone had to keep playing under exhaustion and stress. If they didn't know when to stop when fighting these high-intensity battles with pro players, it wouldn't be a good thing for Happy's players. Happy's current situation was like those teams from the beginning of the alliance. They didn't have good foundations, so everything they gained had to be earned themselves, so the pro players had to expend a lot of effort. It was because of this, as well, that the players from the beginnings of the alliance found it hard to endure until this day. After Yi Ziu's retirement, Han Wenqing had become the very last of the first generation of Glory Pro players that was still fighting matches. Compared to Sun Jiping, who had a similar playstyle, but debuted in the second season and retired from injury in the fifth, you couldn't deny that natural talent did exist. Compared to the first generation, the golden generation was much more fortunate. When they joined, the alliance had already seen great improvements, and the majority of club structures were very wholesome already. Under these great competitive conditions, the career lifespans of these players were far better than the first generation. By this season, the golden generation had been in the alliance for a full 5 seasons. Compared to the first generation, who had all gradually been forced to retire and part ways within 5 seasons, the golden generation were all still in peak competitive condition. Their experience, mechanical skill, and awareness, all of it was still at its peak, making their current state optimal for their performances. Although, when you thought about it, another reason for the first generation's rapid retirement was because a lot of players were like Wei Chen. They weren't young even before they had entered the alliance. In 2 or 3 years, their performance would naturally drop. After this, the alliance began to develop further, and the debuting ages of the players would only get lower and lower. For example, Lu Hanwen, the 14-year-old all-star, could keep his title for at least 10 years, if no accidents happened. This was enough for the veterans that could only stay in the league for 2 or 3 years to cry a face full of tears. Considering all of this, Team Happy, whose goal was the Pro League, couldn't be too careless either. Everyone should do some hand exercises before going to bed, Yi Ziu ordered the others, who were all logging off and preparing to rest. The King's Avatar Chapter 954, as the name implies. Hand exercises were exercises to stretch and relax the hands and wrists. For pro esports players, the hands were their most important physical assets. Happy had limited conditions. They could only do some general exercises. The powerful clubs had their own medical team that would design more focused hand exercises depending on the habits of each pro player. The effects were much better. Apart from needing to protect their hands, their mental health had to be maintained as well. If their hands were fine but they felt exhausted, that wouldn't be good either. Taking care of their mental health was more complicated. Food, a healthy lifestyle, a proper biological clock, and so on all affected their mental health. Team Happy's various practice routines were mainly to help Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, Luo Jai, and Wenyi's skill level. But in pro teams, apart from helping their players improve, Another important part was regulating the conditions of their players. Every person had their ups and downs. Through these scientific regulating, they had these ups and downs conform to the pace of the competitive format. Every team hoped to have their players be at their peak condition every Saturday night. As a result, how to design practice routines was actually a very deep school of knowledge. There were glory specialists who constantly researched this area. As for Team Happy, as they gradually moved towards the standards, these areas naturally had to be looked into. Unfortunately, Yiziu didn't understand the scientific basis for these practice routines, so he could only rely on his own experience to design practice routines for each person. As for the training currently being carried out at Happy, in a pro team, that sort of training would only be directed towards practicing for their matches. A more comprehensive training wouldn't consist of practicing for the match every day, because that type of training consumed too much energy. Practice was for improving, not to squeeze their players dry. Today's practice made everyone feel exhausted. The next day, Yiziu didn't organize everyone to hunt pro players in the game. Instead, he arranged for a more relaxing practice routine for recovery. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. That marked the end of the week. A new week started and the bosses refreshed. After everyone in Happy went through a day of recovery, they were once again ready and waiting. Waiting in the game was too much of a waste of time. With the advantages of a guild, they could simply go on once they received the news. As for the big clubs, when the new week started, the pro players rubbed their fists and wiped their palms in anticipation. However, the teams clearly weren't willing to have their pro players waste their energy here. They had set up a rotation system. Each team had pro players come, but it wouldn't be the same few every day. Everyone would rotate each day. When match day approached, most would beat the gong and have their troops retreat to focus on the upcoming match. Happy had grasped the timing of these big clubs and took advantage of it. For example, there definitely wouldn't be any pro players in the early morning. They needed to keep a good sleep schedule to maintain their condition. As a result, Happy followed the pro team's schedules and also kept a good sleep schedule. At daytime, they waited for news from their guild. As soon as news came up, they would immediately set out. Their target wasn't the boss, but the pro players. They weren't picky with their food. It didn't matter if the pro player was a god or a main roster player or a substitute player. If he or she was a pro player, then he or she would be attacked. As a result, because Happy wasn't focused on killing the boss and instead focused on causing trouble, the various teams viewed them as thorn in their side. It had to be known that going wild boss hunting wasn't a fun get-together. It was a competition. Even though other pro players would fight each other, from an overall perspective, the boss was the objective. If fighting wouldn't help them get the boss, then they wouldn't fight. However, Happy wasn't proper. As soon as those guys saw a pro player, they would fight. It didn't matter if it was related to the boss or not. One time, they found a character who was suspected to be a pro player inside the city, and they also mercilessly killed him. Because of Happy causing trouble, quite a few guilds failed to take down bosses that should have been theirs, and quite a few pro players ended up snatching a bellyful of anger when they tried snatching the bosses. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Glory Alliance completed 4 matches this month. At the end of the month, they began summarizing this month's matches like usual, including the number of seats filled in the stadium, their TV ratings, the numbers for their online streams, as well as several other general statistics. The Glory Alliance wasn't just the tournament organizer. The Glory Alliance was also the manager that needed to keep track of the profits from running the league. From one perspective, the Alliance could be seen as a company. The Alliance's chairman was this company's chief executive officer. When the February briefing came out, many of the numbers were startling. The most noticeable was that in February's matches, the number of mistakes made by players shot up in a straight line. In comparison to January's matches, it was an explosive increase. The distribution of these mistakes was outrageous. From the numbers, the top 10 teams contributed to 70% of this explosive increase of mistakes. What happened to these teams? The staff members of the alliance analyzed one step further and discovered that the following distribution of mistakes was quite even. Each team and each player had contributed. When they compared this data to the other data throughout the alliance's history, the staff members would realize that this February was a new record. Numerous teams and numerous players had broken the record for the highest number of mistakes this February. In fact, many jokes and discussions had come up because of the number of mistakes in the matches this month. It was only until they summarized everything did they realize how unprecedented it was. What did mistakes mean? It meant that their condition of the players wasn't at its peak. A poor performance led to a lackluster match. A lackluster match would not be looked at well by spectators. If the spectators didn't like it, it meant a loss in revenue. It was a very scary thing for the alliance. What had happened for all these teams to collectively be in a slump? These were all the powerhouses in the alliance too. In fact, it was the bottom 10 teams whose increase in mistakes made appeared rather modest. Their strong suit in making mistakes actually lost to these powerhouses. The alliance didn't dare be negligent. After organizing the data for February's matches, they immediately convened to analyze and discuss this issue. The alliance had many talented people, and there was no lack of retired pro players who held a position in the alliance. This February, what exactly happened to these teams and players? These specialists quickly found the answer. The new update made it so that teams needed new materials to upgrade their silver equipment. Starting from January, the teams gradually began having their pro players go into the game and help. After the Spring Festival, this phenomenon reached its peak. There were even players who didn't have much of a goal this season that went to the game on match day. I have some information here. A staff member in the meeting handed a piece of paper with information to everyone. This paper shows the monthly summaries of the league after each glory update. Everyone, take a look at the green numbers and compare it to the red average. You can clearly see that the league is affected by each update. The most direct observation is the increase in mistakes made. There are many reasons: change in equipment, different skills, and splitting their attention to obtain materials in the game. Haven't we already discussed this reality long ago? The Alliance chairman Feng Xianjun skimmed over the information and then placed it back onto the table. But this time, the number of mistakes has increased explosively. It clearly doesn't conform with our past data. That's the reason why we urgently convened this meeting. From the information we have, even though the level 75 update had taken several years to complete, it wasn't an overhaul of the game engine. Everything was developed according to the original rules, so from conventional reasoning, the effects of this update should conform to our past data. No, it should even be said that as glory grows, the ability for teams to adapt should be even better. The effects this time should actually be less than before. That's what the data should tell us. But this time the number of mistakes actually increased explosively. There must be another reason. How about we have an informal discussion with these teams and these pro players? The numbers are so clear, I think they must have the whole story, someone suggested. Let's do that then. The chairman Feng Xianjun approved of this idea. Soon afterwards, the alliance sent people to visit these teams to inquire about this matter and understand the whole story. They soon got the information they wanted. They didn't need to summarize anything. The story that every team talked about was astonishingly all the same. "YQ, team happy." These two key terms made the chairman Feng Xianjun speechless for a long time. This punk. Seeing this name, Feng Xianjun could feel a headache coming. As Glory's most glorious pro player, Yiziu's status didn't need to be discussed. However, despite his outstanding achievements and his countless fans, the Alliance didn't like him very much. The Alliance's former chairman, Jin Chengyi, had once sighed ruefully. Yiqiu's existence had slowed the growth of the Glory Alliance by at least 2 years. Many people would interpret these words as Yiqiu's reign over the championship title, making the matches less suspenseful during the early years of the Alliance. But those who knew the inside matters would know that Chairman Jin Chengyi was talking about Yiqiu not cooperating with publicity. As the founder of Excellent Era's great dynasty and the undisputable #1 player in Glory at the time, Yiqiu should have absolutely been that era's representative. Unfortunately, this #1 player refused to participate in any activities. The Alliance could not borrow his popularity to promote themselves. In the end, all of the players that had been propped up by them were defeated by him. This put the Alliance in a difficult spot. Countless Glory fans even suspected that there some dark secrets going on. Was there some sort of unwritten rule? If not, why would they not be supporting Yiqiu? Even after Yiqiu made an announcement to make things clear, the players were more than happy to use their imagination. Their guesses made the Alliance feel dejected and depressed. Unable to ride on the east wind, Yiqiu, the Alliance's publicity team had to do twice the amount of work for half the results. This was why Jin Chengyi sighed ruefully, saying that Yiqiu's existence had slowed the Alliance's growth by 2 years. The King's Avatar Chapter 955 compared to his predecessor. Feng Xianjun's luck was quite good. When he started managing the Alliance, Yiqiu's era had ended, and the Golden Generation had emerged. The competitive scene prospered with the explosive advent of new talents. However, even though his luck was good, Feng Xianjun had his worries due to his luck. It was because there were too many talents. No player like Yiqiu, who had the ability to dominate the scene and become the Alliance's representative, had appeared since then. It truly made Feng Xianjun feel distressed. In terms of achievements after Yiqiu, there were a total of 3 teams that had become champions: Tyranny, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain. Team Tyranny's ace player and Yiqiu's rival, Han Wenqing, finally toppled Team Excellent Era's reign of 3 consecutive championship titles. Feng Xianjun had taken up his position as the Alliance's chairman that year. As soon as he took office, he wanted to raise Han Wenqing up as the #1 player in Glory. However, no matter how they tried marketing it, Han Wenqing's aggressive appearance made it seem like they were promoting a crime film. Games were viewed as terrible things in many people's eyes. Having someone who looked like he was a violent criminal as their representative would not be different from having their Alliance beat down. In the end, Feng Xianjun had to hastily put a stop to this plan. After Team Tyranny, Team Tiny Herb won the championships. Their ace player Wang Jixi was a player with the title Magician. Unfortunately, Wang Jixi had a clear flaw in his appearance. He had one big eye and one small eye. In front of the camera, he would often look very terrifying. Wang Jixi's appearance wasn't easy to work with. After Yiqiu, Wang Jixi's 2 championship titles was more than enough. He could be considered as the leading figure during that period of time. In the end, the Alliance didn't directly shirk away from Wang Jixi like they did with Han Wenqing. However, they didn't display too much enthusiasm for him. In between Team Tiny Herb's 2 championship victories, Team Blue Rain won 1 championship. The 2 leading players were from the famous Golden Generation. Their appearances and personalities were easy to work with too. Unfortunately, Feng Xianjun personally detested Huang Xiaoshan. In the eyes of older people, his chatty personality was very frivolous behavior. Feng Xianjun didn't want the Alliance's representative to be this type of person. In the blink of an eye, 4 seasons passed since Feng Xianjun took office. Without any suitable targets, he could only spread the net wider. As a result, the campaign to build a star became very successful. Numerous all-stars deeply loved by countless fans emerged in the alliance. This could be seen since the start of the All-Star Weekend. However, even though the group of stars shined brightly, it was always missing the very brightest one up until Zhou Zekai came. When this player rose and swept the skies, the Alliance's campaign to build a star reached its peak. He innately possessed many desirable characteristics. Later on, he perfectly piled on one glorious achievement after the other. Team Samsara was the Alliance's nouveau riche. Before Zhou Zekai's addition, Team Samsara was part of the mid-tier and bottom-tier group that couldn't even make it to the playoffs. But because of Zhou Zekai's addition, they were like a salted fish that moved once more. They transformed from a weak team to the current defending champions. Team Samsara's abrupt rise was unprecedented in the Alliance. Besides Samsara, the former champions' excellent era, Tyranny, Tiny Herb, and Blue Rain had all been established names since the start of the Alliance. All of them possessed powerful guilds. It was the best proof of their solid foundation. As for Samsara, this weak team broke through the monopoly formed by these powerhouses. Everything had started with their new star, Zhou Zekai. The current Samsara had joined the ranks of the powerhouses. Zhou Zekai became the undisputed #1 player in glory. The leading figure that Feng Xianjun had been waiting for had finally appeared. In fact, starting from Season 7, the Alliance's support for Zhou Zekai was already very obvious. However, Glory was still a competitive esport. Without a championship cup, Zhou Zekai was still a bit lacking. Everything changed after Season 8. From the public to the officials, Zhou Zekai was indisputably placed at the top. Numerous media outlets rallied for him, declaring that Zhou Zekai had pushed the Alliance to new heights. From the Alliance's statistics, Feng Xianjun would not deny this point. After Team Samsara won the championships, the Alliance's overall revenue had increased explosively compared to the previous few seasons. The new season had numerous widely discussed transfers, further pushing the Season 9's viewership to an all-time high. The Glory Alliance was moving towards an even more prosperous era. At this moment, a sudden increase in mistakes couldn't help but make Feng Xianjun worried. From the data, the epidemic of mistakes this month and its effects on the quality of the matches had yet to be extensively noticed by their players. For one, very few players closely followed everything that went on in the Alliance. Secondly, players wouldn't pay much attention to this statistic. But even if the players didn't notice, how could those media outlets specifically looking for topics to write about ignore it? The media also did a monthly briefing on that month's circumstances. The abnormality in February wouldn't escape the media's attention. They would certainly be reporting it without restraint very soon. After the players became aware, the Alliance needed to provide an acceptable explanation. The truth found through asking the various teams wasn't a beautiful story. They couldn't just tell these players that the lackluster quality and increased number of mistakes in the matches this month were because the pro players were absorbed in the game, right? That would be too comical. What made it even worse for Feng Xianjun was that he had no way of stopping these teams from competing in the game, because this ensured that the Alliance would continue to grow. The league that was established could not be separated from the game. This had always been one of the features of the league. When the league first started, it had been designed to be extremely close to the players and fans, making the Glory competitive scene stand out among the numerous other esports and prosper until today. Esports was dependent on the game. Whether it was an online game or a standalone title, keeping such popularity for so long could be considered a miracle. This was a win-win for the Glory game and the Glory Alliance. Neither side had considered breaking up this format. What made Fang Xianjun depressed was that if it was just the teams competing against each other in the game, it wouldn't result in this type of outcome. Their past data explained this point. This time, everything was because of Yi Qiu and his team happy. The feedback from the various teams seemed to prove this point. Yi Qiu. Did he have to find him and tell him to stop messing around? Feng Xianjun thought about it but shook his head. Let alone this request being too broad, the other side had no reason to listen. Even if the request was reasonable and fair, was Yi Qiu the type of person who would just listen to orders? If not, the former chairman Jin Chengyi wouldn't have sighed, saying that Yi Qiu's existence had slowed the alliance's growth by 2 years. In the end, the most reasonable decision that could be made by Feng Xianjun was to advise the teams and to communicate with them. He could not directly prohibit them. After thinking about it, he might as well convene a private conference for the appropriate people in the alliance's top 10 teams. Convening a conference for every team was very normal. Because of February's abnormality, the various teams also had their own thoughts, so they quietly responded to this time's conference and ran over to the alliance headquarters to drink tea together. Feng Xianjun hadn't called for anyone in particular, so the various teams just arranged for their usual participants, the club manager and the team captain. 10 teams, 20 people. At the big round table in the alliance headquarters meeting room 1, everyone was familiar with each other. Sure enough, this conference didn't seem too official. There weren't even seating arrangements. The various teams came, greeted one another, and then picked a seat to sit down on. When it was about time to start, Chairman Feng Xianjun also came to the meeting. The room was silent. Everyone knew what they were here to talk about because in front of everyone was a newspaper, the 2/28 Friday edition of the Esports Home. In eye-catching font, the headlines had put the total number of mistakes made in the Alliance's February matches. Below, there were comparisons to past numbers, letting the readers know just how shocking the total number of mistakes were. Ahem. Feng Xianjun seemed to accidentally but also intentionally put his hands on the newspaper on the table. He cleared his throat before starting to speak. This situation isn't too good. Feng Xianjun got right to the point. Now that it's been reported, the effects cannot be avoided, so I hope that everyone can hurry and go back to their regular routine. Feng Xianjun said. The managers and team captains forced a smile. How could they have not thought about it? But if there was fish, how could the bear not want some? They had to fight for materials in the game, but they also didn't want the conditions of their players to be affected. How could they not want the best of both worlds? But what could they do? Honestly. If it wasn't for Yi Qiu making trouble, it wouldn't turn out like this. The team captains would also need to fight for bosses. They had been on the front lines, so they had the most authority to make any statements. The captain of the 10th place team, Team Thunderclap's Liu Hao, decisively brought out the topic of Yi Qiu. The former vice-captain of Excellent Era, Liu Hao, had been transferred to Team Thunderclap this summer. Along with his teammate He Ming, they became the bargaining chip for Excellent Era's purchase of Xiao Shiken. At Team Thunderclap, Liu Hao was chosen as the general among the dwarfs and became appointed as the team captain. But how could the current Team Thunderclap be anything in Liu Hao's eyes? From the very start, Liu Hao had always been seeking for a better path. But even if he thought of a better path, he first needed to perform well. As the team captain this season, he had actually performed spectacularly, bringing Team Thunderclap to 10th place. They even had hopes of making it into the playoffs. Liu Hao would obviously cherish this type of achievement. As a result, he put more and more effort and even fought for wild bosses for Team Thunderclap, naturally in order to strengthen his team. Any pro player would spare no effort if they had the chance to enter playoffs. Unfortunately, their guild's strength wasn't that strong. Along with Yi Qiu making trouble, They were doing so poorly at snatching bosses that it made Liu Hao feel ashamed. Liu Hao would obviously do his utmost to push the blame onto Yi Qiu. His resentment towards Yi Qiu was unrelated with him being in excellent era or not the king's Avatar chapter 956. Liu Hao decisively pointed out Yi Qiu. The other team captains didn't have much of a reaction. They sipped on their tea, peeled their tangerines, or peeled their bananas. Yi Qiu was the main culprit. Liu Hao wasn't wrong. It was just supposed to be fighting some bosses. How could that be any burden for pro players, competing against one another? That didn't need to be as intense as competing in a match. However, Yi Qiu's existence changed everything. Happy went all out fighting these pro players. Even worse, they never stopped. What's more, both sides were supported by their guild, so even if they wanted to die, it wouldn't be easy. It was easy to imagine how exhausting such non-stop intensive fighting was. Then, they had to play in a high-level match, which didn't allow for even the slightest bit of negligence. How could they not keep making mistakes? Everyone understood this reasoning. However, none of the team captains uttered a word, mainly because they didn't want to increase Yi Qiu's might. They were also thinking of ways to deal with Happy causing trouble. Only Liu Hao directly said it because of his personal grudge towards Yi Qiu. Feng Xianjun saw everyone's reaction and knew what was going on. Today's meeting was mainly towards these team captains. As for the managers, playing in matches and snatching bosses weren't their responsibilities. What they said about the players' conditions and whatnot didn't count. "Ha, Yi Qiu. No one is a stranger to this name," Feng Xianjun said. "Since everyone's so familiar with him, I'll put it bluntly. I understand everyone's feelings towards Yi Qiu. Wenqing, you and Yi Qiu have been rivals for many years. He's already retired. You still won't let it go." Feng Xianjun smiled in Han Wenqing's direction. "Jixi, you almost built a new dynasty like Yi Qiu. Are you perhaps a bit unwilling to accept that your legacy cannot compare to Yi Qiu's?" Feng Xianjun looked towards tiny herbs Wang Jixi. "Wenzhou, Li Xuan, Yunxiu. You three are from the golden generation. How could you guys claim the world belongs to the young under Yi Qiu's oppression?" "Haha, you guys aren't too happy with him either, no." Feng Xianjun looked towards these three team captains. "As for you others, perhaps you've been oppressed by Yi Qiu too. Or perhaps when you come out with your proud accomplishments, someone always splashes a bucket of cold water on you and compares your accomplishments to Yi Qiu's, so you're also not accepting of him either." "I know all that." Feng Xianjun smiled. These team captains were smarter than a majority of normal players. When they first heard Feng Xianjun call out their names, they were startled, but when he finished speaking, they suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Feng Xianjun was implying that when they came across Yi Qiu, they were unable to put down their past grievances and refused to let Yi Qiu go. But it was in fact the opposite. Everyone was focused on snatching bosses, but it was Yi Qiu and his team that refused to stop bothering them. "Chairman, you've reversed the main relationship. We're the ones on the defensive." The team captains looked at one another. Liu Hao once again rushed out excitedly. "Why don't we ally together? If we see Yi Qiu, we first get rid of them before doing anything else." Feng Xianjun heard his suggestion and was truly angry. "FCK, didn't I just say all of that to advise you guys not to split your attention when you see Yi Qiu? Good, good. You even want everyone to split their attention together and make trouble for me, is that it?" Feng Xianjun glared at Liu Hao, but Liu Hao was so excited that he didn't notice. He was even looking at everyone expectantly. Seeing how the team captains appeared to be in deep thought, Feng Xianjun was truly afraid that they would ally together to go hunt Yi Qiu down. If that happened, was there still going to be a league? "We might as well just organize the players to go to the game and watch you guys chase him down." Ahem. Feng Xianjun cleared his throat and got everyone's attention. "What I have to say is very simple. We're under special circumstances right now. Everyone needs to put some effort into the game. We all understand that. It's one of the selling points and features of the Glory Alliance. However, everyone needs to focus when they're in the game. Don't let your personal feelings interfere with proper business. It wouldn't be good if it affected your matches in the league. This time of year is when everyone needs to perform at their best. Feng Xianjun's final words weren't wrong. This season, all of the teams appeared very ambitious, allowing such an exciting season to form. If the teams wanted good placings, the matches would naturally be more fun to watch, and the alliance's growth would be more powerful too. This was why Feng Xianjun was worried of a minor problem growing out of control. The problem is that this isn't the current situation. This time the team captains didn't stay silent. The first to speak was Team Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou. "Chairman, we all understand what you're saying. We aren't that unprofessional," Wang Jixi said. "Right now it's EQ who's taking the initiative to make trouble for us," Han Wenqing said. "As a result, we aren't able to concentrate on the bosses. We have to split our attention to face them." Team 100 Blossoms Yu Feng said. It was easy to see that he had been deeply affected by it. "Everyone would thank the heavens if he didn't give us trouble. Who wants to provoke him?" Team Misty's Chu Yunxiu said. "Last time our team's Li Zun hadn't even left the city yet and he was killed by EQ's group." Team Void's Li Xuan said unhappily. "He did prove a rumor though. Happy had killed a character who was suspected to be a pro player. It turns out that it really was a pro player. It doesn't seem like he's here to snatch bosses. It seems like he's deliberately looking for trouble." Team Wind Howl's Tang Hao said. "He's specifically targeting pro players." Team 301's Yang Kong said. "Yeah, Team Samsara's Zhou Zekai. Let's ally together and get rid of him," Liu Hao immediately suggested, but this time he saw the chairman glare at him. Liu Hao thought he had been seen through by the chairman. He instantly shrunk back and didn't dare let out a peep. "What is this EQ doing?" Feng Xianjun seemed to be talking to himself, but everyone still heard him. "Bothering us and diverting our attention is convenient for his group," Wang Jixi replied. Everyone nodded their heads, looking at it from a tactical perspective for snatching bosses. It had been a month, and the team still hadn't figured out that Yi Ziu was actually bringing his team to get experience from them. After all, from a tactical perspective for snatching bosses, Happy's behavior was very logical, so no one was imaginative enough to think about it from another perspective. They all thought Yi Ziu's actions were appropriate. It was just that his appropriate actions were harming them. His Happy was still playing leisurely in the Challenger League. They had plenty of energy and time. On the other hand, the other pro teams still needed to maintain their peak conditions to face their upcoming matches. But every week, they needed to waste so much of their energy on snatching bosses. How could the quality of the matches not go down? The one comfort was that it was everyone who fell, not just one team. As a result, even though the quality of the matches this month decreased, it didn't really affect the placings in the alliance. The pro players only cared about their placings. They didn't care too much about the alliance's growth or whatever, so even though they were all grumbling about EQ, in reality, they weren't nearly as worried as Feng Xianjun. It was everyone playing poorly, so who cares? Ban his account. The alliance doesn't have that sort of authority, does it? Remove their qualifications for the Challenger League. That way they can't fight back. Yeah, that's good. Remove them. As a matter of fact, the team captains were even in the mood to joke around. It truly made Feng Xianjun burn with anxiety. The alliance obviously had the power to remove their qualifications for the Challenger League, but they couldn't just randomly abuse it. They had to follow the rules, no. They didn't have a proper reason to remove Happy's qualifications. How could the team captains not understand that? As a result, they were just messing around. Those guys sounded all depressed, but in reality no one was taking it seriously. Honestly, I feel like Liu Hao's suggestion could be one solution. Yu Wenzhou suddenly said. Feng Xianjun was startled. Why are you also making trouble for me? Most players wouldn't consider things from a manager's perspective, but Feng Xianjun didn't think Yu Wenzhou was that type of player. In his eyes, Yu Wenzhou was a talent that could join the Alliance's management level after retiring as a pro player. Why did he make this kind of suggestion? At this moment, Yu Wenzhou continued. Everyone knows how many people are in Yiqiu's team, right? 10, Wang Jixi said. You count that one, Han Wenqing said. Are you talking about chasing haze? Wang Jixi said. Everyone was clearly someone who fully understood the matter. They even knew the names of everyone in Team Happy. Chasing haze is weak, but if you draw the line with her, then there are a few other ordinary ones among them, Wang Jixi said. Little cold hands. Concealed light. The captains of the Alliance's top teams could already name everyone in Team Happy. These were just the rather weak ones in Team Happy, yet they were still very familiar with them. It doesn't matter if they're strong or weak. In any case, my suggestion is that the next time we hunt for bosses, everyone be on the lookout for them. We'll take the initiative to send out a few players to form a team and specifically contest against them. They want to fight with us, so we might as well fight with them. If we have people specifically to deal with them, then we won't need to worry about wasting too much of our energy. The others can then focus on the boss. The faster we finish, the earlier we can leave. What do you think, everyone? Yu Wenzhou said to everyone, but his eyes were still focused on Feng Xianjun. Feng Xianjun let out a sigh of relief. He nodded his head with a smile. This Yu Wenzhou truly was a talent. This method was one move, two gains. With each one having a specific goal, they wouldn't be splitting their attention. It was an excellent idea. Yes, I think Yu Wenzhou's solution is good. Feng Xianjun approved and immediately supported it. He didn't wait for everyone's response and first declared his position. If the chairman approved, then everyone had to give him face. What's more, Yu Wenzhou's solution was truly a good one. Soon afterwards, everyone discussed the details. Liu Hao was the most fervent, and he actively came up with many plans. You punk, are you planning on destroying Happy? Who would have thought that even after leaving Excellent Era, you still care about them so much? Li Xuan suddenly said. Ah, what are you talking about? Liu Hao panicked slightly. He really wanted to destroy Happy, but he definitely had no intentions of helping Excellent Era. It would be wonderful if Excellent Era could be destroyed too. He still needed to hide his personal feelings, though. Do you guys really think that this team can threaten Excellent Era? Ha, who can say? All of the team captains smiled. The King's Avatar Chapter 957. It was a good thing that the conference had started feeling like a tea party, because the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. Chairman Feng Xianjun became more at ease and couldn't help but give a bit of encouragement to every team. Of course, he didn't care whether the team was the current first-place Tyranny or the 10th-place Thunderclap. As the chairman of the Glory Professional Alliance, he had to treat everyone equally. If he showed even a little bit of favoritism, it would be hard to avoid being trapped by people making a fuss. Soon afterwards, the managers and captains of various clubs all thought about what had happened. This meeting had been resolved with just a few words from Yu Wenzhou, succinctly offering a resolution. Everyone had been called in from distant areas, when in fact just communicating over QQ for a bit could have led to this idea. It seemed that the chairman had indeed been very nervous. Only the big club teams hadn't thought of the fact that the explosion of mistakes in February had been reported on by the media. But despite the discontent from the pro players, the number of players in the Glory Heavenly Domain was actually rapidly increasing. Why? Just going online to the Heavenly Domain and taking a look would give the answer. In the global chat, everyone was asking where the boss fights were. Everyone wanted to witness pro players battling at a close distance, especially the popular gods, whose whereabouts were directly asked for by players. For a short while, This kind of enthusiasm from the players covered up quite a bit of the discontent caused by the poor competition quality. But the alliance didn't dare neglect what was happening. Feng Xianjun was even worried that the large clubs, seeing this reaction from the players, would take the situation even less seriously. He personally called each of them on the phone, repeatedly warning them to be careful and protect the current state of affairs. How to cope with the players' enthusiasm. Each club sent specialists to deal with the enthusiasm of the players. At the same time, Yu Wenzhou's proposal was also decisively put into practice. Thus, the new week began. For every level 75 wild boss that spawned, all the teams once again used their power to gather players together. When Yiziu began to search the guilds for pro players, he was astonished to discover that a group of troops had directly appeared in front of Team Happy. This group of players had mixed names and tags, coming from 9 different guilds. At this very moment, however, they resolutely stood together. Before Yiziu could figure out what was going on and react, these 9 players actually took the initiative to begin fighting. Exchanging blows, Happy was caught by surprise and put in a bad position. But after they reacted, Yiziu was wild with joy. These pros were really too reliable. Knowing that we were looking for them to train, they now specifically dispatched people to form a group specifically to PK. This was simply too considerate in every way. After coming to an understanding, all of Happy's members felt very moved, to the point that they were reluctant to fight back against these 9. However, these 9 weren't polite at all in their attacks, looking like they wanted to quickly send Team Happy back to the city. But although these 2 teams appeared to be fighting against each other alone, in reality, they were both backed up by guild troops. With that much healing, even if they wanted to die, it would really be quite difficult for them to do so. As a result, the 2 sides could only exchange blows to kill time until the boss was killed. In this way, the conclusion was unexpectedly joyous for everyone. Every pro team finally thought that Happy had stopped being a nuisance. Happy, on the other hand, would no longer have to use every means possible to get close to and harass those pro players, who were using every means possible to avoid them. Now, everyone lined up in an orderly manner in front of them, volunteering to fight. This is good news. Yiziu was happy to the point where he couldn't keep quiet. The professional teams continued to do this time after time, fighting Happy again and again, and hunting bosses one after another. This saved them quite a bit of energy. On Happy's side, Yiziu and the rest could also focus on fighting pro players hand to hand, not having to randomly run around like in the past. The effectiveness of their training naturally increased as well. Previously, Happy had trained every other day, but seeing this happy occasion, they couldn't bring themselves to give it up. They would just need to train a bit harder. Even pro players couldn't have this kind of training method. Their competition training would at best involve dividing the team into 2 groups to fight 5v5, practicing with a few fixed strategies. With the same few opponents every time, they wouldn't be able to break away from their familiarity with their teammates. But now, because the teams in the alliance rotated the players that they sent to fight Wild Boss, the players Team Happy faced also rotated every day. In this way, it was as if the pro players were coming out one by one to specially train with them. This was a unique way of refining their skills and accumulating experience. They also an opportunity to better understand future opponents. Even in the Pro Alliance, if the 2 teams didn't face one another in the playoffs, they would at most fight on stage twice. This kind of first-hand fighting experience wasn't as common as most people thought. Happy could finally face pro players in combat without any distractions. Pro players could finally stop trying to do 2 things at once. Both sides were content with the present arrangement. This went on for many days. Happy appeared as if they couldn't break through the pro players' formation, but they continued to persevere in their attempts. All the clubs felt conflicted, hoping that Happy would finally retreat, but they also afraid that after retreating Yiqiu would also think up some new evil idea. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided that just continuing the status quo might be for the better. In a flash, March had passed. This month the alliance didn't dare look up the numbers only after the end-of-month competitions. They closely followed the whole trail of statistics throughout the month. There was still a higher-than-average number of mistakes, but it wasn't anything like the weird explosion that had happened in February. Rather, it returned to a consistent level. Feng Xianjun finally let go of his worries. He couldn't stop himself from calling up each of the teams to give more encouragement and praise, while calling for the other teams to watch and learn. The other teams appeared to not be affected too much, but their strength was weak to begin with. They already made more mistakes on average than the other teams. They were not that competitive in these boss fights either, so it wasn't easy to be affected by this. There was an even more important reason, though. This time within these other teams, Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant were in an alliance with Happy. Yiziu's group had decided to make increasing their skill level a priority, but it wasn't like they could attack their allies right. That would obviously break up the alliance between these guilds. This was a safeguard for materials when fighting for a boss, so they wouldn't break it up for now. As a result, these teams weren't affected in the slightest, ensuring that the data for the other teams became worse. And in the process of fighting for Wild Boss, these pro players could also continue fighting together. This allowed them to make repeated gains during the boss fights. And in splitting the materials dropped, none of them really took issue with the current method, because as far as they were concerned, Happy's Valiant fighting off to the side stalled a lot of the pro players. This was one of the crucial factors in their success. This was also a merit that the players of small teams possessed. Being the disadvantaged group within pro players, they didn't possess any arrogance or self-importance. Thus, they could easily see the value contributed by others. Their frequent displays of strength only magnified Happy's tactics. The large clubs remained unaware that they were being used as Happy's training partners. The alliance management really wasn't easy to deal with. Pro players had to directly come out. From time to time, some temporary alliances would be formed. With this new generation's special background, these temporary alliances were not similar to the usual guild alliances, where the groups turned on one another at the earliest opportunity. After all, pro players all cared quite a bit about their public images. On the other hand, those who played dirty suffered. To the other pro players, these players stabbing them in the back was a certainty, so it was very difficult for these players wanted to make an alliance with others. No matter what, another month of bustling activity passed. This month, in competition skill statistics weren't as strange anymore. However, the team placements after this month were turned upside down. These changes mainly came from the bottom half of the rankings, with Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant in the lead. In reality, these changes had been visible during February. It was just that the difference between strong and weak teams in the alliance was also quite scary. The divide between the top half and the bottom half seemed like a wide ravine. Thus, although the accumulated points had changed during February, the placements remained relatively steady. Everyone simply treated this as a fluctuation, not taking it seriously. It was only in March, when these so-called fluctuations persisted, that everyone discovered that these four teams had improved by leaps and bounds. From their initial positions among the weak, they had drilled their way through the bottom-tier teams, steadily climbing towards the top half. March 30th came, and the fifth round of battles in March finished. Among the four teams, Radiant had actually climbed to 10th place, and Conquering Clouds had reached 11th. The 9th place team, 301 Degrees, was only 3 points ahead of Radiant by 3 points, and 5 points ahead of Conquering Clouds. The original 10th place team, the unexpectedly well-performing Thunderclap, was now kicked to 12th place, with Heavenly Swords and Parade hot on its heels. It looked as if the team standings could continue to drop at any moment. Based on performance data and points, the abrupt rise of these 4 teams was due to the fact that they had performed more steadily than other teams in this shaky environment. However, looking one step further, the reason was more obvious. In the online game, these teams were the ones in an alliance with Happy. Happy was Happy, but Happy was also Yiqiu. Feng Xianjun was speechless. The teams that were in the Challenger League by means of the competition in-game actually affected the state of the alliance. If this continued to develop, these 4 teams might actually have a chance of making the playoffs. Of course, this was something that Feng Xianjun couldn't easily say to the teams. Even if he secretly wanted the playoffs to include as many current All-Stars as possible, a competition is still a competition, and first and foremost the competition had to be fair. This kind of thing he could only hope in his heart. He couldn't just go and underhandedly influence the results. This EQ only creates trouble. I don't know what he's going to do to the Challenger League. Regarding the Challenger League, the Alliance chairman usually cared little about it, only appearing to follow what was happening. But now, he had truly become interested. The King's Avatar Chapter 958, because the competition for materials affected a team's placing in the Alliance. It wouldn't be good for Feng Xianjun to push this matter further. He could only console himself by saying that it was a feature of the Glory Alliance. In any case, the main offender being Happy made Feng Xianjun filled with interest towards this year's Challenger League. On the 1st of April, the teams participating in the Challenger League received official notifications from the Alliance. The teams would need to report in on the weekend of 4/19 and 4/20. The Challenger League's offline tournament would officially start on 4/21. The teams were notified early to make it easier for players to plan out their schedules. After all, apart from pro teams, most players were either studying or working. The Challenger League offline tournament would last for at least a month. To clear out a schedule for such a long period of time required some work. At Happy, Luo Jai and Wenyi were 2 students. However, Yiziu had told them about it a long time ago, so the 2 had even more time to get ready. Did they request a leave of absence or were they just going to skip class? Yiziu didn't ask, but he preferred if they handled it appropriately. Skipping class was very worrying. It could greatly affect a player's condition. In the beginning of April, the pro players were still busy on both ends. Yiziu's side had dwindled somewhat. Their 2 months of training consisted almost entirely of fighting with pro players every day. How much time they got to fight with these pro players depended on what bosses spawned that day. The pro players would be most active towards level 75 wild bosses. Level 70 wild bosses were okay too, but pro players would almost never show up for bosses lower leveled than level 70. Apart from that, they often wouldn't show up for past midnight or on match days. As a result, Team Happy's sleep schedule started conforming to the sleep schedules for the pro teams. During these 2 months, not only did their skill levels improve immensely, everyone was in a good mental state. Their equipment had also improved another step. The blueprint for the level 70 upgrade of Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations, Umbrella, had been ascertained. The team was only missing a solution for skill books. Their understanding of level 75 materials was still very poor, so Yiziu didn't have plans on getting his umbrella to level 75 for now. The current Happy didn't have the resources to do brute force it by trial and error. Whatever extra materials they had would better be used for other silver equipment. Right now, it seemed like Soft Mist would be the first besides Lord Grimm and Windward Formation to get a silver weapon. After all, Yiziu's experience towards battle mages was too deep. Let alone a silver weapon, Soft Mist would have an enormous advantage for how to develop her other pieces of silver equipment because of Yiziu's knowledge base. As for the other classes, even though Yiziu was proficient with them, his experience with those classes couldn't compare to his former main class that he had played as for so many years. Silver Spear, Dancing Fire Flowing Flame. Although it hadn't been created yet, the blueprint had been completely drawn out. Luo Jai had performed some calculations and confirmed that there were no mistakes. It just hadn't been created yet because they lacked a few materials. The uncommon material requirements from the normal servers were the most difficult for Happy. They truly didn't have the energy to spare to split their attention and participate in the boss competitions in the normal servers. Even though they had trained their guilds in the normal servers to a certain extent, they still couldn't improve so quickly in such a short amount of time. Yiziu was prepared to trade for these materials because, despite these being wild boss materials, the club guilds enjoyed a monopoly on these materials in the normal servers. Those game studios were out of stock. In the end, Yiziu could only look for his good friends Conquering Clouds, Radiant, and Parade. These three guilds might be relatively small, but it wasn't like they were extremely poor. Seeing how their relationship with each other was good, the three guild leaders expressed that they could help out and ask if a trade could be made. The value of uncommon materials wasn't ordinary. A single guild leader didn't have the authority to make a trade on their own. They needed to talk to several departments in their club. Yiziu wasn't in a big hurry. He still had many things to do. Their recent training routine continued, but it was dying down. Everyone was saving energy for the upcoming offline tournament. Before it began, they needed to finish as much as possible in terms of their equipment. Dancing Fire Flowing Flame was only one part of their work so far. Yiziu's knowledge wasn't limited to just one weapon. During these 2 months, while organizing their materials, Yiziu and Wei Chen thought up of numerous ideas for silver equipment. Then they gave these ideas to Luo Jai to check. If their blueprint had been confirmed and there were enough materials, they could immediately create one. If it wasn't for them already creating quite a few pieces of silver equipment, they wouldn't be stuck on creating Dancing Fire Flowing Flame. Most of the 2 million RMB worth of materials from Samsara's trade were mainly from the normal server, because Yiziu had been clear that his future activities would mainly be in the heavenly domain. He wouldn't be able to manage their materials problem in the normal server, so he had planned ahead. They used bits and pieces of those 2 million RMB worth of materials, so their set of materials gradually became incomplete. The number of missing materials for their silver equipment increased as time went on. But before Dancing Fire Flowing Flame, they had already created 19 pieces of silver equipment. All of them had reached level 70. Along with the myriad manifestations Umbrella and Death's Hand, if they hadn't gotten anything from when Team Everlasting disbanded, they would have one more piece of silver equipment than Team Heavenly Swords. At Happy, Yiziu and Wei Chen came with their own silver equipment, the myriad manifestations Umbrella and Death's Hand. When Team Everlasting disbanded, they had purchased 3 pieces of Warlock silver equipment. After a period of time, they had created 19 of their own pieces of silver equipment, bringing their total silver equipment count to 24. Among these, Wei Chen's Windward Formation stood out the most. He had his own silver weapon, and the 3 pieces of silver equipment purchased from Team Everlasting had been for his Warlock. Later on, he and Yiziu researched silver equipment, and just like how Yiziu was most familiar with battle mages, Wei Chen was obviously the most familiar with warlocks. Of those 19 silver equipment, 4 of those were for warlocks. Windward Formation currently had 8 silver equipment on him, far surpassing the average of 5.23 silver equipment on a character in the Alliance. He was almost at the level of the god characters. Team Blue Rain's #1 Warlock Swixar only had 10 silver equipment. It was only 2 more than Windward Formation. But then again, Windward Formation's silver equipment were only at level 70. He couldn't compare to Swixar in that area. Besides these 4 Warlock equipment, there were also 5 Battle Mage equipment among these 19 silver equipment. These 2 classes took up half of the total silver equipment. There were 3 Brawler equipment, 2 Cleric equipment, 2 Ghostblade equipment, 2 Summoner equipment, and 1 Ninja equipment. Ninja equipment was for Mo Fan's deception, which made Chen Guo a bit worried. Mo Fan also followed along when they practiced, but because both sides had the support of their guilds, there were very few deaths in battle, so his scrap-picking talent couldn't be fully displayed. His combat experience had improved significantly from fighting pro players, though. However, Mo Fan was still as emotionless as ever. Chen Guo could never feel reassured about him. She always felt like one day, Mo Fan would suddenly leave without saying a word. At best, it would be in front of everyone. Chen Guo was worried that giving Mo Fan ninja equipment would result in a loss. Yi Ziu was quite imposing, though. He didn't hesitate to hand over the silver equipment that he made to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was even more imposing. He took it without even saying thanks and directly put it on. Chen Guo couldn't say anything about her displeasure. She really wanted to grasp Mo Fan by the neck to make him understand, but with Mo Fan's personality, Chen Guo wondered that even if she did it, she still wouldn't get a response. After these 19 pieces of silver equipment, it was either they didn't any ideas on how to create any more silver equipment, or they didn't have enough materials like with dancing fire flowing flame. It would be best if those materials could be traded for as fast as possible. As for coming up with ideas for other silver equipment, Yi Ziu and Wei Chen no longer spent all their energy on it. After all, the offline tournament was approaching. The two also needed to rest and adjust their mental state. Moreover, compared to Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and the others, the two were old. Keeping up their energy wasn't as easy. Under Yi Ziu's experienced control, the day before the offline tournament, Team Happy slowed down their pace. If it was said that Happy had learned like crazy over the past year, then it was finally time for exam day. Before that, they needed to properly digest the accumulated nutrients obtained during this period of time in order to completely display their full potential. 4-5. On the first Saturday of April, a guest came to visit Happy early in the morning. Suma Cheng. Every time Chen Guo met with her, the two would chat about random things forever, but today, when Chen Guo saw her, they only did some small talk before quickly changing into the appropriate attire. Chen Guo knew why Suma Cheng had come today. It was the tomb sweeping day. Suma Cheng, Yi Ziu, and her would all be going to the same place. When the three went out the door, they called a taxi and headed over to Nanshan Public Cemetery. Along the way there, the three chatted casually. The mood was neither heavy nor light. "I'll go find you guys later." Just like last year, Chen Guo's destination was slightly closer, so they left the group for now and first went to visit her father. "See you," Yi Ziu and Suma Cheng called out and then headed over towards Su Mukyu. "Dad, I'm here." Chen Guo placed fresh flowers in front of the grave while cleaning up the surroundings. Chen Guo didn't only come once a year on the Kingaming festival. She would often come ordinarily. She just didn't tell anyone, that's all. However, Chen Guo was more formal on the Kingaming festival. She would be more traditional and explain how her year went to her father. "It's been a busy year. Who would have ever imagined that our team would actually be formed? I didn't see wrong. Even though that guy gives me mixed feelings, he's truly very reliable. I honestly feel like I haven't helped him at all, but even so, we were still able to form a team." Right now, we're participating in Glory's Challenger League. If we win, then we'll officially become a pro team. Happy. It won't just be the internet cafe, it'll be a professional club. But no one is too optimistic about us because there's a Team Excellent era in this year's Challenger League. Team Excellent era, did you know? They're our next-door neighbors. I used to love that team. Not anymore though, of course, because now they're our opponents and because they're not nice. Then again, if they were nice, I would never be able to have this type of opportunity and I would never have experienced everything I did this year. I've been very happy and my life has been filled with things to do. In the last third of the month, we'll be playing in an offline tournament. We have to win, don't you think so? Chen Gu said with a smile. TLN. Sorry, another long TLN. I wish there was a better way to post long notes and images. The Qingming Festival is also known as Tomb Sweeping Day. It's a day where people visit the graves and pray to their ancestors. They sweep the tombs of their ancestors and give offerings such as flowers, food, joss paper. There are other traditions often celebrated on this day too, such as going for a walk, planting trees, flying kites, and a bunch of other things. They engage in physical activities so that they don't harm their bodies after the Cold Food Festival, where you're not supposed to eat cooked food 3 days before the Qingming Festival. The origin story comes from the Cold Food Festival. The story, or at least the prince, is pretty stupid in my opinion, but here it is. During the spring and autumn period, Prince Chang'er of the state of Jin endured many hardships while he was exiled from his home state because of the Li Jai unrest. While heading towards the Beatty, only 15 men accompanied him, one being his friend and subject Jai Zidhui, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, or Jai Zidhui, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Jai Zidhui was the only one who followed the prince through his 19 years of hardships, seeing his final ascension to the throne as Duke Wen of Jin. Once, when Chang'er and Jai Zidhui passed through the state of Wei, all their provisions were stolen. In order to help the prince who was tormented by hunger, Jai Zidhui cut off the flesh from his thigh and offered it to the prince for sustenance. Later, when Chang'er became Duke Wen of Jin, he ordered a search for Jai Zidhui, who had gone into hiding in the remote mountains with his mother. Jai Zidhui had no political ambitions and felt ashamed to work with his hypocritical fellows, hence refused invitation of the Duke. Duke Wen ordered the mountains to be burned down in order to force Jai out of hiding. However, the fire ended up killing Jai and his mother. Filled with remorse, Duke Wen ordered that each year during these 3 days the setting of fire is forbidden. All food was to be consumed cold. Therefore, the festival is thus named. For thus, there exists a Chinese proverb that goes, while one can burn off an entire mountain, others are refrained even to light up to eat their rice, depicting what transpired in the burning of the mountain and the subsequent annual banning of using fire on that day to commemorate. Wiki TLN. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The original phrase translates to "before it rains, repair the doors and windows of your house." It means make preparations beforehand to prevent anything unexpected from happening. It comes from the Book of Songs the King's Avatar chapter 959. Chang Xian had came specifically for Team Happy, but Cao Guangcheng wasn't the same. As a well-known reporter in the esports circle, he wouldn't have bothered to come to such an insignificant event if it wasn't for Team Excellent Era's presence. So while he might have come along this time, he only came for Team Excellent Era and was completely uninterested in the other teams. There was quite a bit to talk about in regards to Happy. Cao Guangcheng was willing to admit that. Yet even then, so what? No matter how hot of a topic they were, being in the Challenger League meant that they still wouldn't garner much attention. More importantly, the topic of Happy had no future, since they were eventually going to be eliminated anyways. Cao Guangcheng was more than happy for Chang Xian to not compete with him for excellent era, so he encouraged the other to work on his reports on Happy. From Cao Guangcheng's perspective, his bitter days this year would finally come to an end as the Challenger League did. With their current lineup, Excellent Era would definitely be able to compete for the championship after they return to the Pro League. Speaking of which, Suma Cheng would definitely leave the team after the end of this season. Then they would be one all-star short. But after returning to the Pro League, Cao Guangcheng was certain that Excellent Era would invest more into washing off the blemish of being in the Challenger League for a year. With the two gods Sun Xiang and Xiao Shiken overseeing things, Excellent Era already had incredible competitive ability. If they managed to bring in another god, the new season's Excellent Era would be even more spectacular, creating even more news, and he, as Excellent Era's team reporter, would reach new heights. Thinking of this, the awkwardness he had to experience this year suddenly seemed not as terrible. Watching the boisterous round of welcomes as Chang Xian approached Happy, Cao Guangcheng gave a sardonic grin. To him, it seemed like a last celebration before leaving for the execution grounds. He didn't bother joining in. Cao Guangcheng left after completing the registration for reporters at the reception and obtaining his reporter's pass. He didn't linger because he knew Excellent Era wouldn't come here. For the arrangements of the Challenger League, all the teams would be treated the same, even Excellent Era. However, since Excellent Era was an old powerhouse, it was awkward enough for them that they were even in the Challenger League in the first place. There was no way they would want to stay with these grassroots teams to mingle. So they refused the alliance's arrangements, preferring to pay out of their own pockets and find another place to stay. As for Cao Guangcheng, he was a reporter, so the alliance wouldn't have made arrangements for him anyways. He had to take care of his own food and board. He felt like he was a cut above all of these others, so he didn't bother lingering to mingle either, booking a room in the hotel Excellent Era had also chosen. As he left the hotel arranged by the alliance, Cao Guangcheng saw two H-City reporters who had been assigned to the Challenger League standing in front of the main entrance, looking around with eager anticipation. Cao Guangcheng knew what they were waiting for, laughing internally. However, as he passed by, he was still recognized by his two colleagues, who hurried over to stop him. "Hey, reporter Cao, when did you get here?" The two approached hastily upon seeing Cao Guangcheng. Cao Guangcheng might not have published any good pieces, but he hadn't fallen to the point where even these two could look down on him. Anyone who was sent to report on the Challenger League wouldn't be any important person in esports home. "Haha, I just got here," Cao Guangcheng greeted the two with a smile. "We don't really have anything to do right now, so how about we interview you since you're a big-shot reporter?" The two reporters suggested jokingly. "How could you have nothing to do? Aren't there many teams that have already gotten here?" Cao Guangcheng pointed towards the registration area inside. "These teams," the two turned to look, their disdain evident. They obviously didn't think these grassroots teams were worthy of their attention. "What's there to ask these teams? Hey, let me ask you, when is Team Excellent Era coming, huh?" one of the two asked. Cao Guangcheng smiled. How could he not know what these two were trying to do? These two had the same idea as he did. To be blunt, they wanted to take this chance to grab the high-quality resource that was Excellent Era. After all, what everyone paid attention to wasn't the news from the Challenger League, but the future of Excellent Era. This was a great source, and Cao Guangcheng was in no way willing to hand it off to someone else. After having to hold it in for a year, he wouldn't give anyone else even half a chance. Excellent Era. I'm not sure either. I looked around for them but didn't see them. They probably didn't come yet. Okay, I have to go because I have something to do. I'll catch you later, bye. Cao Guangcheng waved and bid farewell. Yet these two reporters had their eyes set on Cao Guangcheng's luggage. For convenience, reporters like them would usually just live in the hotels the alliance arranged for the teams, but Cao Guangcheng seemed to be leaving for a different place to stay if his luggage had anything to say. The observation abilities of reporters were rather good. The two exchanged a glance and, seeing Cao Guangcheng hail down a taxi, hurried after him and hailed their own taxi to follow. Inside the hotel, the registration continued neatly. Happy's members finished their registration and subsequently obtained the key to their assigned rooms. Chang Xian followed and even offered to carry the ladies' bags. "Hey, little Chang is pretty strong, huh? Here, try mine." Seeing this, Steamed Bun gave his luggage to Chang Xian as well. Chang Xian had already taken Tang Ru and Chen Yu's bags. Their journey this time was to another city, and it was for a month. Their luggage was far more terrifying than a guy's. Chang Xian had taken both of their bags, already reaching his limits. Now with Steamed Bun shoving another bag at him, he immediately turned to stone. The group went upstairs as they laughed and joked amongst themselves. The rooms were all standard 2 beds. Happy had 11 members, so they were arranged more or less the same way as they were back home. Yiziu and Wei Chen had a room. Chen Guo and Tang Ru had a room. Steamed Bun and Luo Jai, Kaio Yifan and Wenyi. Sun Zhiping had only just joined and ended up rooming with Wu Chen. The only one to experience the pleasure of having a room to themselves was, naturally, Mo Fan, who didn't interact with anyone else. Being a hotel arranged by the Alliance, it wouldn't be far from the stadium, and in addition, it had another important feature: training grounds. It was unimaginable to not have training for a Nai-Pro competition. So the Alliance would always arrange for training grounds for the Challenger League teams. After settling in, Happy found the staff manning the registration and asked about the training grounds. As expected, there were immediately people there to show them the way. The training grounds the Alliance had arranged for them lifted Yiziu and Ko's spirits. This environment was too familiar. It was the hotel's internet cafe. The reason for the Alliance choosing a hotel with average commodities was clear now. They had probably chosen the hotel for the fact that it came with an internet cafe. The hotel internet cafe had since become closed to the public and became the Challenger League's exclusive training grounds. The interior had been arranged as well so that each team had their own area, separated by temporary partitions. By the time Happy got there were already teams working inside. The Alliance wouldn't bother with if they were using these computers to train or to do something else. During the Challenger League, they were free to use the area they were assigned as they pleased. Team Happy's 11 members were a massive group relative to the other teams in the Challenger League, and was assigned the innermost corner of the Internet Cafe. As an experienced Internet Cafe owner, Chen Guo gave the environment and equipment of the Internet Cafe high praise. After they took a small tour and familiarized themselves with the place a little, Happy's members weren't impatient to start using the equipment like some of the other teams. Having traveled quite a ways over, it was important for them to rest. After their small tour, Happy's members returned to their rooms to rest. At the same time, Team Excellent Era had checked into their own hotel upon arriving, but they still had to register. The Alliance couldn't arrange for a registration spot in their hotel just for them, so after settling in, they still had to go to the hotel arranged by the Alliance. Yet as Excellent Era made their way into the lobby, 3 people immediately stepped forth to meet them. Reporters, Excellent Era's members immediately knew this, seeing the manner of the 3. As a powerhouse team, Excellent Era had no need to pander to the media outlets. Usually, reporters would be falling over themselves to interview them. There was no need for them to pay reporters to come, unless they needed the media to express a certain voice to the public, of course. Though the season had lost them their face, they had never lost their status as a powerhouse. However, thinking of all the ruckus in the past when they entered the playoffs, 3 reporters seemed very bare. Among the three reporters, Cao Guangcheng was a familiar face. They had been in contact before coming, and if it wasn't for how there was some business they couldn't manage to adjust around, Cao Guangcheng would have definitely departed on the same flight as Excellent Era. He was the team reporter after all, so he would usually stick close like that. As for the other two, Excellent Era's gaze fell to them. The two ignored the fire that seemed to spit from Cao Guangcheng's eyes and came up to introduce themselves. They were also from Esports Home. Excellent Era was stunned. However, as the club manager, Qi Li had a lot of experience dealing with reporters outside of the player interviews. He was pretty clear on the going-ons about the media. Seeing Cao Guangcheng's pissed-off expression, he immediately realized what was happening. They were fighting amongst themselves. This sort of thing would be something that would make Cao Guangcheng depressed, but not Excellent Era. They wouldn't neglect any side. Cao Guangcheng was seething. He had never thought these two shameless colleagues of his would follow him. These two had gotten off their taxi right after he had gotten off his. When they came to greet him with faces of triumph, he felt like he had the will to eat them. And now, they had engaged Excellent Era like this right under his nose. During Excellent Era's peak years, they might even be disdainful of talking with unfamiliar reporters, but hadn't Excellent Era fallen? They had to play nice with the media, so they wouldn't give the two the cold shoulder. Cao Guangcheng understood this all too clearly. The two chattered on one after the other, engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Excellent Era, and making Cao Guangcheng like a little sidekick. This made his rage flare up further. However, Cao Guangcheng hadn't followed Excellent Era for so long for nothing. Seeing the two clinging to Qi Li and chattering, he decided to switch targets to one of the players. Yet as he turned his gaze, he managed to get a glimpse of Excellent Era's owner who was standing behind the team, Tao Xuan. Cao Guangcheng was delighted. The owner of a club wasn't a person one could easily get a chance to interview. He was about to approach and engage the other when he suddenly heard the two others suddenly ask Qi Li. There's always been the rumor that Team Happy was a team created by Yiqiu, but just now, we obtained the finalized name list of registered players, and Team Happy didn't have the name Yiqiu in it. What did you say? The other hadn't even finished speaking when Tao Xuan heard, and immediately began to rush forward. The King's Avatar Chapter 960. Chang Xian had came specifically for Team Happy, but Cao Guangcheng wasn't the same. As a well-known reporter in the esports circle, he wouldn't have bothered to come to such an insignificant event if it wasn't for Team Excellent Era's presence. So while he might have come along this time, he only came for Team Excellent Era and was completely uninterested in the other teams. There was quite a bit to talk about in regards to Happy. Cao Guangcheng was willing to admit that. Yet even then, so what? No matter how hot of a topic they were, being in the Challenger League meant that they still wouldn't garner much attention. More importantly, the topic of Happy had no future, since they were eventually going to be eliminated anyways. Cao Guangcheng was more than happy for Chang Xian to not compete with him for Excellent Era, so he encouraged the other to work on his reports on Happy. From Cao Guangcheng's perspective, his bitter days this year would finally come to an end as the Challenger League did. With their current lineup, Excellent Era would definitely be able to compete for the championship after they return to the Pro League. Speaking of which, Suma Cheng would definitely leave the team after the end of this season. Then they would be one all-star short. But after returning to the Pro League, Cao Guangcheng was certain that Excellent Era would invest more into washing off the blemish of being in the Challenger League for a year. With the two gods Sun Xiang and Xiao Shikin overseeing things, Excellent Era already had incredible competitive ability. If they managed to bring in another god, the new season's Excellent Era would be even more spectacular, creating even more news, and he, as Excellent Era's team reporter, would reach new heights. Thinking of this, the awkwardness he had to experience this year suddenly seemed not as terrible. Watching the boisterous round of welcomes as Chang Xian approached happy, Cao Guangcheng gave a sardonic grin. To him, it seemed like a last celebration before leaving for the execution grounds. He didn't bother joining in. Cao Guangcheng left after completing the registration for reporters at the reception and obtaining his reporter's pass. He didn't linger because he knew Excellent Era wouldn't come here. For the arrangements of the Challenger League, all the teams would be treated the same, even Excellent Era. However, since Excellent Era was an old powerhouse, it was awkward enough for them that they were even in the Challenger League in the first place. There was no way they would want to stay with these grassroots teams to mingle. So they refused the alliance's arrangements, preferring to pay out of their own pockets and find another place to stay. As for Cao Guangcheng, he was a reporter, so the alliance wouldn't have made arrangements for him anyways. He had to take care of his own food and board. He felt like he was a cut above all of these others, so he didn't bother lingering to mingle either, booking a room in the hotel Excellent Era had also chosen. As he left the hotel arranged by the alliance, Cao Guangcheng saw two H-City reporters who had been assigned to the Challenger League standing in front of the main entrance, looking around with eager anticipation. Cao Guangcheng knew what they were waiting for, laughing internally. However, as he passed by, he was still recognized by his two colleagues who hurried over to stop him. "Hey, reporter Cao, when did you get here?" The two approached hastily upon seeing Cao Guangcheng. Cao Guangcheng might not have published any good pieces, but he hadn't fallen to the point where even these two could look down on him. Anyone who was sent to report on the Challenger League wouldn't be any important person in esports home. "Haha, I just got here," Cao Guangcheng greeted the two with a smile. "We don't really have anything to do right now, so how about we interview you since you're a big-shot reporter?" The two reporters suggested jokingly. "How could you have nothing to do? Aren't there many teams that have already gotten here?" Cao Guangcheng pointed towards the registration area inside. "These teams," the two turned to look, their disdain evident. They obviously didn't think these grassroots teams were worthy of their attention. "What's there to ask these teams? Hey, let me ask you, when is Team Excellent Era coming, huh?" one of the two asked. Cao Guangcheng smiled. How could he not know what these two were trying to do? These two had the same idea as he did. To be blunt, they wanted to take this chance to grab the high-quality resource that was Excellent Era. After all, what everyone paid attention to wasn't the news from the Challenger League, but the future of Excellent Era. This was a great source, and Cao Guangcheng was in no way willing to hand it off to someone else. After having to hold it in for a year, he wouldn't give anyone else even half a chance. Excellent Era. I'm not sure either. I looked around for them but didn't see them. They probably didn't come yet. Okay, I have to go because I have something to do. I'll catch you later, bye. Cao Guangcheng waved and bid farewell. Yet these two reporters had their eyes set on Cao Guangcheng's luggage. For convenience, reporters like them would usually just live in the hotels the alliance arranged for the teams, but Cao Guangcheng seemed to be leaving for a different place to stay if his luggage had anything to say. The observation abilities of reporters were rather good. The two exchanged a glance and, seeing Cao Guangcheng hail down a taxi, hurried after him and hailed their own taxi to follow. Inside the hotel, the registration continued neatly. Happy's members finished their registration and subsequently obtained the key to their assigned rooms. Chang Xian followed and even offered to carry the ladies' bags. "Hey, little Chang is pretty strong, huh? Here, try mine." Seeing this, Steamed Bun gave his luggage to Chang Xian as well. Chang Xian had already taken Tang Ru and Chen Yu's bags. Their journey this time was to another city, and it was for a month. Their luggage was far more terrifying than a guy's. Chang Xian had taken both of their bags, already reaching his limits. Now with Steamed Bun shoving another bag at him, he immediately turned to stone. The group went upstairs as they laughed and joked amongst themselves. The rooms were all standard 2 beds. Happy had 11 members, so they were arranged more or less the same way as they were back home. Yi Ziu and Wei Chen had a room, Chen Guo and Tang Ru had a room, Steamed Bun and Luo Jai, Kaio Yifan and Wenyi. Sun Zhiping had only just joined and ended up rooming with Wu Chen. The only one to experience the pleasure of having a room to themselves was, naturally, Mo Fan, who didn't interact with anyone else. Being a hotel arranged by the Alliance, it wouldn't be far from the stadium, and in addition, it had another important feature: training grounds. It was unimaginable to not have training for a Pro competition, so the Alliance would always arrange for training grounds for the Challenger League teams. After settling in, Happy found the staff manning the registration and asked about the training grounds. As expected, there were immediately people there to show them the way. The training grounds the Alliance had arranged for them lifted Yi Ziu and Ko's spirits. This environment was too familiar. It was the hotel's internet cafe. The reason for the Alliance choosing a hotel with average commodities was clear now. They had probably chosen the hotel for the fact that it came with an internet cafe. The hotel internet cafe had since become closed to the public and became the Challenger League's exclusive training grounds. The interior had been arranged as well so that each team had their own area, separated by temporary partitions. By the time Happy got there were already teams working inside. The Alliance wouldn't bother with if they were using these computers to train or to do something else. During the Challenger League, they were free to use the area they were assigned as they pleased. Team Happy's 11 members were a massive group relative to the other teams in the Challenger League, and was assigned the innermost corner of the Internet Cafe. As an experienced Internet Cafe owner, Chen Guo gave the environment and equipment of the Internet Cafe high praise. After they took a small tour and familiarized themselves with the place a little, Happy's members weren't impatient to start using the equipment like some of the other teams. Having traveled quite a ways over, it was important for them to rest. After their small tour, Happy's members returned to their rooms to rest. At the same time, Team Excellent Era had checked into their own hotel upon arriving, but they still had to register. The Alliance couldn't arrange for a registration spot in their hotel just for them, so after settling in, they still had to go to the hotel arranged by the Alliance. Yet as Excellent Era made their way into the lobby, 3 people immediately stepped forth to meet them. Reporters. Excellent Era's members immediately knew this, seeing the manner of the 3. As a powerhouse team, Excellent Era had no need to pander to the media outlets. Usually, reporters would be falling over themselves to interview them. There was no need for them to pay reporters to come, unless they needed the media to express a certain voice to the public, of course. Though the season had lost them their face, they had never lost their status as a powerhouse. However, thinking of all the ruckus in the past when they entered the playoffs, 3 reporters seemed very bare. Among the 3 reporters, Cao Guangcheng was a familiar face. They had been in contact before coming, and if it wasn't for how there was some business they couldn't manage to adjust around, Cao Guangcheng would have definitely departed on the same flight as Excellent Era. He was the team reporter after all, so he would usually stick close like that. As for the other 2, Excellent Era's gaze fell to them. The 2 ignored the fire that seemed to spit from Cao Guangcheng's eyes and came up to introduce themselves. They were also from Esports Home. Excellent Era was stunned. However, as the club manager, Qi Li had a lot of experience dealing with reporters outside of the player interviews. He was pretty clear on the going-ons about the media. Seeing Cao Guangcheng's pissed-off expression, he immediately realized what was happening. They were fighting amongst themselves. This sort of thing would be something that would make Cao Guangcheng depressed, but not Excellent Era. They wouldn't neglect any side. Cao Guangcheng was seething. He had never thought these two shameless colleagues of his would follow him. These two had gotten off their taxi right after he had gotten off his. When they came to greet him with faces of triumph, he felt like he had the will to eat them. And now, they had engaged Excellent Era like this right under his nose. During Excellent Era's peak years, they might even be disdainful of talking with unfamiliar reporters, but hadn't Excellent Era fallen? They had to play nice with the media, so they wouldn't give the two the cold shoulder. Cao Guangcheng understood this all too clearly. The two chattered on one after the other, engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Excellent Era, and making Cao Guangcheng like a little sidekick. This made his rage flare up further. However, Cao Guangcheng hadn't followed Excellent Era for so long for nothing. Seeing the two clinging to Qi Li and chattering, he decided to switch targets to one of the players. Yet as he turned his gaze, he managed to get a glimpse of Excellent Era's owner who was standing behind the team, Tao Xuan. Cao Guangcheng was delighted. The owner of a club wasn't a person one could easily get a chance to interview. He was about to approach and engage the other when he suddenly heard the two others suddenly ask Qi Li. There's always been the rumor that Team Happy was a team created by Yiqiu, but just now, we obtained the finalized name list of registered players, and Team Happy didn't have the name Yiqiu in it. What did you say? The other hadn't even finished speaking when Tao Xuan heard, and immediately began to rush forward.